The Grace Lily Williams Master Dissertation Award is established to honor all these contributions to mathematics, but also to advancing the cause of women in the continent and worldwide. In summary, Grace Lily Williams is actually a beautiful incarnation of the theme of this year, Hamle. Knowledge, get knowledge and share it. So it's really my honor to be here today to award this award to actually celebrate excellence in research and writing for master thesis. This includes, but is not restricted to, machine learning, deep learning, artificial intelligence, statistics, probability, data science, information theory, etc. So yeah, without further ado, let's start presenting the winners of this year. We will start with the runner-up. The runner-up will have, or should have received a trip to DLI to attend this year with a grant of $500. And I call to the stage Jacobi Mouton for the runner-up award for the master's degree. To the center. Yeah, sorry. Congratulations. Say a few words.
Morning, everyone. I completed my master's at Stellenbosch University, South Africa, with the help and support of my supervisor, Prof. Steve Grun, without whom this would not be possible. I just want to thank the selection committee, as well as the organizers and the sponsors of the Indaba for making this event possible and allowing me the privilege of being here to share it with all of you. I hope everyone has an amazing time, learns a lot, and walks away inspired. Thank you.
Congratulations, Jacobi. Next, we will give the DLA Award recipient in partnership with Black in AI to the winner of the Lily Williams Award this year. This award includes, again, a trip to this year's Deep Learning Indaba, a grant of $1,000, and a trip to NeurIPS 2025. And this was made possible through our partnership with our amazing partners in Black in AI, so thanks again to them. And the recipient of this award is Fiskani Banda. So let's... Congratulations. And now I'll give the stage to Fiskani to tell us about her amazing research. Sorry, just to precise, the presentation will be without questions, so if you have any questions for our speaker, please feel free to reach out to her later.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Fiskani Banda, and today I'll be presenting my master's thesis, which was titled A Few-Shot Learning Approach for a Multilingual Agro-Information Question Answering System. So historical factors play a pivotal role in shaping South Africa's current socio-economic challenges. One of these challenges is poverty, which is classified as multidimensional, which means that it doesn't only depend on one's financial status, but various different factors. This means that it is necessary to develop more complex and multifaceted solutions which address these different factors at once. Improving small-scale farming as a targeted intervention can enhance food security and income for impoverished households by addressing the multifaceted nature of poverty, where the main focus is to reduce the challenges that local farmers face and also improve their working conditions. By integrating information and communication technologies with agriculture, we can provide crucial support to resource-limited small-scale farmers. So in this work, we investigated the use of language models to deliver agro-information to farmers, with a particular emphasis on question answering systems. So unlike recent studies, our approach introduced a multilingual question answering system tailored for South African farmers, which supports English and several low-resource languages by addressing the following research sub-questions. So the first question is, what automated process can be effectively created what automated process can be used effectively to create a question answering dataset based on agro-information in multiple languages? Is it possible to use known prompt-based fine-tuning techniques for an English agricultural question answering dataset? And based on the results obtained from the previous sub-question, can the same techniques be used for a low-resource cross-lingual question answering dataset? Okay, so the first question, what automated process can be used to effectively create a question answering dataset based on agro-information in multiple languages? So here we're trying to see if we can use large language models in conjunction with some simple filtering to generate an adequate dataset. Okay, so prior to doing anything, we have to define the data properties and also identify the data source for this. So we decided to collect the original raw data to create the data set from a monthly South African magazine called Pula Imvula. This local magazine is distributed in various South African languages and is aimed to help local farmers develop into sustainable commercial farmers. So this decision was based on 3 key properties. The first property, multilingual and parallel corpora. So we required to create a data set which consisted of instances that are available in multiple languages. We wanted data which is domain and region specific because farming around the world is diverse, so we need agricultural information which will be relevant for South African farmers. And we also wanted an extractive question answering. So here we needed a question answering system that would be able to provide accurate and concise answers based on the query. So to create the raw data set, we collected articles directly from Pula Imvula, and some were scraped from their website. Afterwards, we took each of the articles in English and matched them to the different articles in the other languages. The languages were Afrikaans, Zulu, and Xhosa, and those were matched. Afterwards, we standardized all the articles and only kept the article title, publication date, and the textual content of the article. And then afterwards, for each of the paragraphs, we decomposed them into sentences and then matched each sentence in English to its translated version in the other languages using a word embedding. And then once that was done, we then regrouped the sentences to create the final paragraphs. Okay, so at this point, the data looked like this, where we had the date of the article, the title, then we had the English context, and then the translated context in the 3 languages. So using this, these data points, we then used OpenAI's GPT 3.5 to generate the question answer pairs based on the English data, and we did this through 4 sequential prompting steps. So we first generated, for each paragraph, we first generated a list of key themes, and then afterwards, we then prompted the model to then generate a list of keywords based on these key themes that it generated earlier. The reason for this is that we wanted to make sure that the model was able to capture only the important information of the articles and did not retain anything that might seem important but isn't important for the data set we're trying to create. Then based on the keywords, we then prompted the model to then generate questions based on the keyword and the paragraph. And then using the generated paragraph, we then prompted the model to generate answers that were extracted directly from the paragraphs. So after the annotated process, some post-annotation processing was done. This involved removing question answer pairs which contained answers that were not directly from the context because we didn't want anything that was not related to the original article. And then we also filtered out questions which were classified as redundant, not relevant, and ambiguous. Once this was done, we then extracted the equivalent answers in the other languages. So at this point, the final data looked something like that, where you had the English context, the translated context, a question, an English answer, and the translated answer. Okay. So to ensure that the annotated data met the requirements, we did some data analysis. So from using bigrams and word clouds, we were able to derive the topics that the question and answers were addressing. Some of the topics included financial management, farmer development through initiatives, farming techniques such as weed control, essential tools such as apps and technologies that farmers can use, agricultural produce such as cover crops, canola, maize, and dry beans, and environment-related issues such as soil and rainfall. Okay, so for the next question, is it possible to use some of the prompt-based fine-tuning techniques for English agricultural question answering data? So here we wanted to see if the recent prompt-based fine-tuning techniques would be able to perform better than standard fine-tuning on the limited amount of data that we had. So before going to the results, I just wanted to explain the differences between the standard fine-tuning and the prompt-based fine-tuning. So in standard fine-tuning, what you have is that you have a text input to the language model, which is the question and the related context or paragraph. Then the language model is then tasked to predict the answer span, which is the indices of the starting and ending characters of the answer. And then using this answer span, the model then, using this answer span, the final text can then be extracted. However, with prompt-based fine-tuning, the objective of the training objective is reformulated to match the original pre-training objective, where instead the text input is going to be a concatenated string of the question, mass tokens which represent the answer, and the related context. And then using this, the model is then tasked to fill in the blank and predict the mass tokens that make up the final answer. So we sampled small fractions of the data set that we created to see how well the models would perform. And we compared standard fine-tuning to two known prompt-based fine-tuning methods, known as NullPrompt and few-shot QA. We used the model bot for this, and we evaluated the model by calculating the average F1 score over 5 runs. So the main results here was the fact that the prompt-based methods yielded competitive results compared to the standard fine-tuning. And then from the initial set of examples, the model performed better for the prompt-based fine-tuning methods. So I think from about 2.5 here, you can see that the standard fine-tuning starts surpassing the prompt-based fine-tuning. So as the number of data points increase, the standard fine-tuning performs better than the prompt-based fine-tuning. However, with the limited amount of data, the prompt-based fine-tuning still performs better. Since we generated the data sets using OpenAI, we then performed another experiment to compare it to a well-known open domain benchmark data set known as SQUAD. So here, the biggest difference in the performance of our data set and the SQUAD data set was 10%, which means that our data set performed relatively well when comparing it to a known benchmark data set. Okay, and then the last question we're trying to address was, based on the results returned from the previous sub-question, can the same techniques be used for a low-resource multilingual question answering data. So here we wanted to see if we will get the general trend or the same trend for the cross-lingual data as we did for the English data. Okay, for this we followed a similar experimental setup where we sampled small amounts of the data. Here we used the multilingual BART model, and we also calculated the average F1 score. So from here, the red is the English, the green is Afrikaans, blue is Zulu, and the yellow is Xhosa. So I think from the general trend, you can see that for all the languages, the graphs follow the same type of trend. And with that also, Afrikaans was able to perform competitively with English. And then just a side note for this was the fact that the absolute F1 scores were limited due to the cross-lingual nature of the data. And yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to say thank you for listening to me. I'm very grateful for this award, and I would like to say thank you to the lab, Data Science for Social Impact, to my parents, and basically to my supervisors, and also DLI for this amazing award and acknowledgement. So, yeah.
Thank you very much for the great talk. Remember to reach out to the speaker for questions. Let's congratulate the winners again. And this brings us to the end of the award session. Next, we'll have an amazing keynote by Judy. So we'll just have a few minutes to set up, and then we will start. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. So, yeah, I would like to start our keynotes for today. So today we have Judy. Judy is an associate professor at Emory University in interventional radiology and informatics, leading the Healthcare AI Innovation and Translation Informatics Lab. Her work is centered around using data science to study health security. Her group works in 4 areas: building diverse datasets for machine learning, evaluating AI for bias and fairness, validating AI in the real-world setting, and training the next generation of data scientists, both clinical and technical students. Through her live learning and village monitoring, she served as the program director for radiology, AI So she has mentored over 60 students across the world, and she served as the program director for the radiology AI terrain editorial board and the medical student machine learning elective. So she mentored over 60 students around the world, and now they are successful faculty, postdoc, PhD, and industry employees. From several institutions around the world, she has received several awards, including the most influential radiology researcher in 2022 and is 2023 Emerging Scholar in the National Academy of Medicine. Thank you so much, Judy, for joining us, and looking forward to your talk.
Okay. So thank you. We'll get started. And first of all, I would love just thank you to the program committee for this invitation. First time for me in West Africa, first time in Senegal, and it's just, it feels like home, which is in Kenya. More calmer and definitely more hotter, but I hope that you're also having a good time as I am. So just a few things. How many people are working in computer vision? Just 3? Okay, good. Just keep your hand up if you don't mind. And how many people are working with medical images? Okay, some, okay. How many people want to work with medical images? That's better, I like this side, so I'll keep looking at this side. But how many people are working with any form of imaging? Any form, crops, anything? Okay, good. So this means that you will learn something during this talk. Here, just my disclosure. So I'll start off by just talking a little bit about myself. Like I mentioned, I'm from Kenya, which is the opposite part of the continent. I went to medical school in a place called Eldoret. If you don't know Eldoret, you will know the fantastic Kenyan athletes. Sometimes you get a lot of competition from Ethiopia, come from this region. It's in the west part of the country, and this is where I went to medical school. And something amazing was happening when I was a medical student, that we were struggling with the HIV pandemic, but it's hard to believe this. Probably most people in the room will not even believe that this happened, is that you couldn't have more, your Excel spreadsheet had a maximum number of rows, and this limited how much we could use Excel for medical records. So this is how it sparked this interest of joining computer science, data science, and medicine, and how people are cared for. So I was lucky when I was training to be witnessing this big open source medical record system deployment, and I got to really see how technology can change care. And so I've lived in these two worlds where I combine both medicine and computer science. As a doctor, I am an interventional radiologist, which just means I'm a minimal invasive surgeon. This is me working in Rwanda. We just use imaging. We just use imaging to to do procedures and to do guidance. And so it's also interesting, when I chose this profession, I didn't think about it, but now we are starting to work with robotic interventions and thinking how you can support people further away. So when I'm not taking care of patients, I work at the HITI lab at Emory University. And I'm going to talk about shortcut learning. And this is because I do believe that this is one of a grand challenge that needs to be solved. I think people, students, researchers who are in Africa can really contribute to this topic. One, because we never have a lot of data sets, and our data sets are very unique. And this is also a role for medical imaging experts, but also because if we don't solve this, none of this AI will really, really impact patient care in terms of medical imaging. So I'll be discussing what shortcut learning is, and then going through examples in medical imaging and how people are trying to solve this. And then I will look at shortcuts at the intersection and the implication of bias, and also the opportunity that is presented for this. So if you, at some point, just look up something called Clever Hands. This is a horse that people thought knew how to calculate math, okay? And every time you said 1 plus 1, you say is equals to 2, it would, stamp its hoof and people would cheer. But it turns out that the horse got very good at identifying people's excitement because the human beings would know the right answer and it would read the faces and the emotion of the humans and then guess that, this is the right answer or not. And so it's a really interesting YouTube video, but this is essentially a shortcut learning. You can have it across multiple things. For example, you can have it in this, if you say caption this, it says they're grazing sheep, even when they're not grazing sheep. If you change just a little bit of, this, grayscale image, it hallucinates. This is a radiology example that shows instead of predicting pneumonia, the models learn that the patient is in the ICU because of these radiographic markers. And if you change text, these are pretty common examples now with LLMs. Then if you just change, it looks at the last sentence and, guesses the answer. It completely just flops. And so if you, I had one of these when I was, studying for medical school. So I'm pretty sure at some point everyone has used cheat sheets, for cramming just before the night of exam so that you can go do the exam and then you forget and then you wait for the next exam. So that's a little bit of using shortcuts, and it turns out that deep learning does the same. And so here's an example because, and this is an example that is based out of biology, right? This is how we learn. We train neural networks based on biologic systems. And here it's a similar thing like the horses, where the rats learned to navigate a maze based on color differences. But this is not possible biologically because of the retina is not well developed for the rats to see color. But then when the researchers looked further into it, they found out that it's because the paint had a smell, and the rats could distinguish sort of like the smell of the paint, and that's what they were using to distinguish, not because they could see. So just because your model is predicting pneumonia or predicting something else, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's learned the true disease, and I'll show you sort of why this happens. Here's another example. If you look at this, we have stars and we have some half moon, quarter moons, right? The crescent moon. And if I say this is class A and class B, and I locate the stars in different locations, in the in-distribution test, you're probably going to work as well, the human and the neural network. But if you start to change the location of where the stars are, the neural network starts to say, oh, these are different objects. And this is just because it doesn't really learn whether this is, it may just look at the ratio of the black and white pixels and then decide, oh, I think this is the difference, and not just the stars and the crescent moon. And so that's why location, just changing the location of the abnormality forces the model to fail. Here's another example. This is a camel on green grass. Very, very difficult to find in a data set. Same to, a cow in the desert, right? Our data sets don't have this type, so these are few samples in our data set, and majority tend to be cows behind green grass and, camels in the desert. And so it would be natural when you train the model that it doesn't really learn the animal features, it just learns the background is the most important feature to your prediction. So when we think about shortcut features, these tend to be decision rules that perform well on the in-distribution test data, but completely fail when you come to out-of-distribution test data. And this is where you don't really learn the intended features, but you learn something in the intermediate. If you're cramming your training data set, then you end up with overfitting, and those two things tend to be different, because overfitting is just you may learn just also meaningful features, but you also learn random noise. But shortcuts, they are superficial and sometimes misleading features. And so, coming back to this example, here are sort of two things, right? You have the background and then you have the animal. And so when models learn, when the spurious strength, the background is more powerful than the invariant strength. And it's going to bring an example of task difficulty as sort of the takeaway. And so I've shown you pretty much not find many data sets that have a cow on the beach, walking, unless you generate those. And so you have two places where shortcuts can arise. One is data set bias. We know, especially from the African continent. We know a lot of this because most of us are not represented in our usual data set. So when you say, show me a picture of someone in Kenya, it shows you, very stereotypical things, right? Because that's what's in the data set. And then this discriminative learning, which is a little bit of how the model works, and in this case, it would say that this is an elephant because it's relying on the texture more than the shape, right? So it's ignoring what the shape would look like. And so, when we come to sort of look at generalizability, which is how most of the time for visible features we are able to figure out that there's shortcut learning, then we find that the humans can tell that these are pretty much the same object, even if they have different backgrounds or texture. But these categories, just because of what the models are looking at, are classified to be the same for models, but they're not the same for the human eye. So shortcuts occur everywhere. They occur in text. For example, if you prompt a model to say, for example, a patient is maybe having a psychotic episode and is violent, if you enter sort of these classic stereotypes, you'll see that some patients are sent to the hospital and some are sent to prison. If you ask for an image of a doctor, you see very, stereotypical pictures. And even in gaming, where the models can say, oh, I'm not going to play because I want to hack the reward and just because I figured out that this is what the function is. And so how we test for shortcut learning is that we have to really think about how to interpret and understand results. And this is the first thing that I will sort of just slow down and make sure you understand. As I walked through all the posters, everyone had good model performance. I didn't see anyone who was showing an F1 score or any performance around 0.5, right? And we really have to spend time figuring how do our models fail, okay? Because if we don't do that, then it's very, very difficult for us to say that the model is learning the right thing. Then there's this out of distribution, and the out of distribution test has to make sense. You cannot say you're training your crop model and then you say predict whether this is Judy or Vukosi, right? That's not a nonsensical task for that model that you're training for crops. So your out of distribution has to have a clear distribution shift, a well-intended solution, and should be a test where majority of the models struggle. And what I've sort of changed our work to do is to really look at false positives and even relabel our data sets when using multiple models to show for these 5 birds or for these 5 crops, the model doesn't work very well because that's how you know that you're really training your model. We do need benchmarks. These don't exist in medical imaging, and people have tried to remove the shortcut, look at adversarial attacks where you penalize the model for change the model, but also penalize the model when it lands an unintended shortcut. But we're also finding new versions of data sets like ImageNet A and C that have natural images that are wrongly classified or image corruptions. And so an ongoing area for us to even just do the test. Other people have used variational autoencoders. If you were following the ICLR conference, you know that this won the Test of Time Award, this technique where you extract the features in the latent space and then you visualize to see sort of like any patterns, and this overcomes the limitations of using saliency maps for computer vision. And so you'll find that these images that are imaged very closely, they're classified to be poor because of zooming, and the ones which are imaged distant are classified to be good. So you may not even run that this is a lemon, right? You just learn the feature and even just the camera of acquisition of your image data set. Here is, they were doing the same for COVID, and they noticed that the patients that have very close-up pictures, and you would know because you don't see as much black around the chest x-ray, that these patients had COVID, and that's because those patients, if you're getting a chest x-ray, you're not moving, you're laying in bed, and you get your picture, so it's closed up just by the mechanism of getting the picture. And so you don't really need to learn the disease, you can just learn the image acquisition characteristics. And by the way, this persists everywhere. If you're working on computer vision, this is a problem that you should be thinking about. And so shortcuts arise from this intersection, first that is influenced by our architecture solution. If we think about, now we're using the transformer networks, but the convolution networks are not really respective of context, right? This is a big change, especially as we move to multimodal data sets, then we're even looking at genomics and trying to say, here's a cell, here are the neighboring cells, and trying to get a disease around them. So this context matters. And when also the training data, and adding more training data does not always lead to resolution of the shortcuts. And and then looking at the loss function, which today when we use like cross entropy, once a simple predictor is found, then the model stops learning, right? There's no motivation for it to keep learning something else. And then looking at the optimization, because when stochastic gradient descent and its variance, they bias still learning simple functions, because that's sort of how our models are trained. And so there are therefore technical and non-technical ways of dealing with shortcuts, incorporating domain experts to tell you, oh, I think this is what's happening, looking at adversarial attacks, and then looking at this generalization around different domains, targeting fairness, which looks at different performance across subgroups, and you may find a group that the model is not working well for, looking at meta learning, which is learning how to learn, and this, I think I saw a poster yesterday on sort of coming up even with new networks that are not really reliant on biologic systems, and looking at generative modeling and disentanglement learning to observe sort of variations in the training data. And then there are the non-technical components, for example, connecting the dots, which is just trying to figure out why is this happening and what does this mean for downstream tasks? So for example, if you have an application that is saying, I'm chasing away birds to increase the crop harvest, it's not just stopping at your model, focusing on chasing birds away to secure the crops. It's also coming back and saying, did your crop yield change? Did it change across time, right? So these small things that we never really do for machine learning. And then obviously testing with out of distribution data and really looking at this, which I think is what makes a task easy to learn, especially when you have a multi-class classification. And so we've gone through sort of shortcuts, and I hope that you've understood what shortcuts are so that we can now go to medical imaging to show you some examples. And so why are medical images different? These are images of mammograms. These are pictures that are taken to look for breast cancer. This is a small cancer. If you look at this whole picture, it's we have very, very high pixels, right? We don't interpret our studies at 224 by 224, right? So we do a lot to compress things. But more importantly, is if you look at the percentage of the abnormality, it's usually like almost 1% of the image, right? So you have all these things that it's normal, and you're looking for 1%. So you can see that's first of all, and then most images, and this is variant, for example, at Emory where I work, most images are normal, right? Because most patients get scanned. Now, when I'm back home in East Africa, most images are abnormal, right? Because most patients are sick. No one is just going to the hospital, and they really wait late. And so you struggle to find what normal data sets are. And then the other thing is that the data sets are few for medical imaging if you compare them to other data sets, and it's expensive to label them. And so most of the time, we use proxies for labels. Let me show you a few examples. So when we think for the NIH chest X-ray data set, one of maybe the largest fast data set, the way it was labeled was with 8 labels, and the way they were generated is by going to radiologists and saying, oh, what do you think are the 8 most important diseases that we should label? The radiologist said these are the 8 diseases, and then I'm not going to sort of describe the medical component of this. And then these authors went back to look at natural language processing to pass out the report to label the 8 labels. And so this is the first thing. For most of us, we will use this report that just describes the findings. It's meant for a specific task. We get it, and then we use it as proxies to label the chest X-ray. A big area for research, especially even now with LLMs. And then you extract these labels, and now increasingly for us, and this is a technique that I hope if you're working with pretty much anything that you will look for correlation of your variables, is that we will go back and see, these are two public data sets, we will see how are the variables correlated, what's different. I hope that some of you can really see that this is a column that's very different across these two data sets. And so when you start to look at correlation, this is the first place where you go to your domain expert and say, why do these things usually go together, or is this abnormal? Because it's going to tell you whether you have a problem with your labeling, or you have another secondary problem, which is going to be that you need to be in your feature selection, that you're removing or you're watching the behavior of these two correlated variables. And once you do that, most of the labeling people, because you don't have enough people, you pick a few samples and then you use some saliency maps, like here, where you look at where the model predicts that this is the abnormality, and you draw a detection, a bounding box to help you localize. And so these labels tend to be very uncertain because all of us speak very different. There's quite a lot of work in the audience looking at sort of low resource languages, but if you were to sort of match those to imaging, you could represent the same disease in very, very different ways. Here's another complexity of labeling medical images. It's not just cats and dogs, right? You have sub-labels, right? So for example, in this case, you can look at, like here is a model that is just labeling, bones. And if you look at the all performance is, here. But if you start to go to subgroups, for example, which models have hardware, which have fracture, you start to see variable performance. This is an example, and I'll show you a visual example for chest tubes, which means they're used to treat air around your lung. If you're unfortunate, for example, to have a road accident and you have air and you can't breathe, we usually place a tube to help you breathe. But those models, normally the labels don't have that type of granularity, and we see variation in these subsets of the model. Now, if you're lucky enough to get humans to label your data set, you'll see that they have very varied performance. This is our work looking at labeling for COVID. It turned out to be very difficult on chest X-rays, and you see this wide variation of the radiologists labeling them, and they can only agree on what are negative studies. And when you look, and because you're not going to use one human to label your data set, you're going to have multiple people labeling your data set, you see that there's reader agreement is not always consistent, right? So even consistency in the same human, if you show them the label today and you show them the label 9 months later, may be different, just based on our styles. And finally, you can also look at the labels not only come from direct visualization of the images or the reports, but they can also come from other labels. For example, for COVID, you could get the test result and then say, this is what a COVID positive chest X-ray looks like. In this case, this is a normal chest X-ray, but the test is positive, which is pretty common. For example, if anyone is working on tuberculosis, this would be something that happens. And so we see this variation in how the labels are selected, how we label them, whether you're going to use humans, whether you're going to use proxies, and yet these are the labels that we have to decide what makes a good in-distribution data set, a good target label, and what makes a good out-of-distribution. Here's the final complexity for medical imaging. We use a lot of saliency maps, but they're not reliable. For example, if you change the order of how you feed in your data, then the model is going to, for example, if it was just showing the heart, if you change the order, you show Judy first and then Judy last in the next round, it's going to change the location of the saliency map. So it's not reliable to say this is where the abnormality is. So based on those complexities of medical imaging, let me show you some examples of shortcut learning. Here's one I mentioned for pneumonia, and this is because the model learns these radiographic markers that indicate different institutions and does not learn that the lungs is where the abnormality is. And this was caught by just testing this model across multiple data sets. And this, you could ask, well, how much are this a problem? Here's our MRE chest X-ray data set. You can see, if you're just looking for these L's, they're everywhere. They have different shapes. They have different locations, and that's enough for the model to, if you have a big data set, for example, ours has 1 million images, it's very easy for the model to not focus on the pathology and just learn the abnormality. Here's the example that I mentioned for air around the lung. You have this air here, and so you usually treat it by like almost putting a tube and sucking out the air, and the model tends to prefer to learn just the tube, because most of the patients who have this condition usually get a tube. But if you think about the so what and the connecting the dots, you'll realize that the patients who get the tubes are okay. The ones you want to catch are the ones who've not gotten treatment. And for those subsets of the patients, the model shows a drop in performance. Here's another example in dermatology. Abnormal diseases tend to have markers most of the time. So this is the ISIC data set. And you can sort of see this, these markers. And these patches in this data set, the abnormal ones, like this is melanoma, they don't have patches. Then the benign ones have a patch. And so when this team goes back and removes the patches, they show that you can see the benign patch model has a low performance here. It doesn't spread as well as you can see for the corrected one and without a patch. Here's an example of ophthalmology images. These are pictures of the retinal scans. And this is a tabletop camera. So if you go to a doctor, sometimes they just have you put your head and they take a picture of the back of your eye. And it has this artifact here, right? So this is sort of like a good one. You can see this area. But this tabletop artifact you can see here completely changes the model. And you have to decide how to, most people are now using in-painting and using generative networks to say, learn from somewhere else and come here. But you have to see if this actually affects, your performance, especially if there's an abnormality in the abnormal region. Here's an example for COVID data set. This is probably what is going to happen for most people in Africa who are building AI data sets. Since you don't have many normal data sets, you're going to pick a normal data set from a different task or a region, different parts of the world, which is sort of these authors try to create 2 data sets in this manner to look for negative and positive cases. They show that the in-distribution performance is nearly perfect. And every time when you see a model really honestly at 0.9, it's an error. You should really, really investigate why you have a performance of 0.99. That's a suggestion of an error more than that your model performance is very good. And then when they show that when they have out of distribution, the performance falls. And then they look again by using generative networks to move these radiographic markers, and they start to show that the model is just following where that radiographic marker is, irrespective of whether this patient has COVID disease or not. And then they look at the areas of focus, as you can see, sort of these boxes, which is trying to differentiate systematic differences. And then the second thing that they do is that they look at the last layer. This is something, it's a trick I encourage you if you're using computer vision to look at, where you just, instead of your final prediction, like disease or no disease, you change that layer and predict something else. That's relevant. In this case, they predict the projection and the patient sex, and you can see that they almost have a perfect model on the in-distribution and out-of-distribution, telling you that just because a variable is not provided in the data set, it's still always learned by the model. Here's another example for hip fracture detection. This would be on radiographs. Why this is interesting is that they show patient factors, just different things that if you had this type of diverse data set that you would be able to do. And they have equipment factors. Then what they do is predict they just predict all these factors. For example, to predict the scanner model and the scanner manufacturer, they almost have a perfect model, and some other things are very low in their prediction. Then they use these variables to construct some data sets of varying composition, varying distribution of these factors, and then they test their model. And they show that the most important feature really is the technician and the scanner model, not the disease that the model is supposed to learn. So far, I've been talking about shortcuts, and I can tell you, here's a radiographic marker, here is something else. But in this work, they have 5 hospitals in this data set that looks at, can you predict the hospital type, right? Just the same way saying this is hospital A, B, C, D. And so you can see the differences in the radiographic markers here, also just sort of the appearance of the images. And so they show that, and you can see in this site, some people have blocked these radiographic markers. It's not unusual when you're trying to remove patient information on the images. And they get a very good model, but when you look at the performance of the whole model, but when you look at where the model is looking at, now granted that I said saliency maps can be very, very unpredictable, it's not where the radiologist would be looking for them. And the moral of this is that shortcuts are not always where humans are going to see them, and this represents a complexity of this. And then we are moving into an era, a very promising era for using embeddings and foundation models as the backbone, especially when you don't have enough compute or you don't have enough data sets. And when you look at sort of this work, this is the Chexpert model, traditional. You don't really see a difference between sex, race for this input data, but in the foundation models, the same embeddings, they embed the same sort of shortcuts and the features in the data sets. But remember, these are more difficult to interpret because you cannot really audit numbers, because the radiologist would not know what you're looking at. So this is actually recent work. In computer vision, the gold standard is segmentation, right? If you can draw something, it's interpretable, it takes a long time, it's just better. But it turns out that you can also have shortcuts in these segmentation models. For example, if you measure something that's not unusual and you leave the caliper, it turns out that the model just lands where the caliper is and draws a perfect segmentation versus when the caliper is removed. And you can see sort of like the difference in performance. And they look back at that skin data set to look at sort of, where is the lesion in this case, right? And then they modify the location. And this is just to say, for example, how you crop your image, right, because of the center cropping and trying to bring everything center has an impact on the segmentation performance and shortcut learning. These are 4 data sets that all are medical imaging data sets, and the abnormality is in the center of the image. And this theme, what they show is that the model can learn the distance from the center from the image and end up having a lower performance for the people for the lesions that are far away from the center, just because it's sort of memorizing that usually the abnormality is in the center of the image. So even location matters, and you can see sort of this augmentation strategies and how to think about your augmentation to make sure that your model is robust. We are seeing, because it's impossible for you to really say all possible shortcuts, we're seeing that you can train a model using diffusion networks and condition it and say, show me a model that has these characteristics. And here are possible things that is showing that the model can learn. And now you can go back and say, add and remove what you think are shortcuts. These authors ended up trying to have radiologists have an input on possible shortcuts that can be done. So if you're using your model or training your test X-ray model, maybe you can look at these suggestions of some of the types of shortcuts that can exist, right? And some of them are diseases, some are not. For example, if you have surgery, people staple your chest back, and it's just that's a real thing. It should tell the model something, but it may turn out that the model just learns those wires and nothing else. And so when it comes to thinking about the impact of these shortcuts on bias, this is going to be a little bit, some people may have had some portions of this talk. This is specifically the work from our group. we see that so far we've been working on signals that are visible, right? You can see black, you can see white, but there are sort of embeddings in the images that are not visible. One of the things I learned, I hope it's accurate and not misinformation, that there are 25 tribes in Senegal and differentiated in different ways. And so if you were to take something ridiculous as if you got a chest x-ray, sufficient numbers from all the tribes, you could tell what tribe that was, right? That's something unbelievable, because why would you tell the tribe of someone from a chest x-ray? We are all the same, we are different, we may eat different food, but when we go to the hospital, pretty much, hopefully we are treated the same. And we did the same thing, but the tribe in the US, unfortunately, tends to be black, white, Asian, or Hispanic. And we showed that the models are actually very good at telling people's race or tribe on medical images, which is not a biologic difference, but just something social. And that this performance exists, and even when we take it to different due data sets, that we still have this performance. We looked at confounders and why. Unfortunately, we couldn't figure out why. But it's not because some people are more sicker than others, some people are older, some people have, maybe it works different for male and female. We find just persistent, amazing ability to do this. And this has spurred a lot of subsequent work on this opportunity for hidden signals. And for example, you can tell the diseases of a patient, you can tell how old they are, you can tell that they are, how much healthcare they're going to cost. And I like to summarize all the research as that if you could access my chest x-ray, you could say I'm female, you could say I'm black, or you could say I'm Kikuyu. If you're naming my tribe in Kenya, you could say I live in a poor area, I have these diseases, and I'm going to spend this type of money in the next few years. And this is, very surprising, because not all those things are biologic. And, for example, if we look at the challenge of classifying breast cancer risk, we find that AI models tend to actually have very good performance for telling you who's going to have breast cancer risk in so-and-so years. In fact, they work better than the existing clinical systems, which require a lot of data collection, and they narrow the disparities between black and white patients from these AI models. But the same AI model can tell you that this is a black or white patient. So you have to ask yourself, is it telling you the true breast cancer risk, or is it learning something else that is not relevant to the disease itself? Here's another example for some work that we did, just trying to say, can you tell type 2 diabetes from chest x-ray? Something ridiculous, right? Because that's not how you diagnose diabetes. If you look at the guidelines, there's some tests that you can do, but the main takeaway here is that BMI is the most important screening. You have a big BMI, you send patients to a specific place, but BMI is a limited biomarker, right? Because these people, if you like wrestling, then you've seen these people, and they have high BMIs, but they would be, they wouldn't be really classified the same. And so when you use the chest x-ray, you have good performance, and it even has differentiation between who has good control and poor control of diabetes. And when we look at its utility versus the BMI, we find that chest x-ray is most robust, more than any other feature that you could have used for that subset of the population. And when we look at where the model is looking at, just using some form of visualization, we find that it has external validation, but location of fat is what matters. It's not just BMI. And if you have a lot of distribution of fat around the, just the upper chest and the lower chest, those are the patients with a higher risk. So getting new insights, even from chest x-rays, although this would be the wrong test to order to look for diabetes. And so we're seeing this year where a lot of enthusiasm and optimism exists for this opportunistic screening. Patients have a lot of images, but we don't use them to tell us, for example, in Kenya, you may not get a good sense of the incidence of diabetes, but if all those patients, you could even just analyze their data en masse, you could get a sense of disease burden in a more low cost-effective way. And we're seeing quite a lot of this type of work, and I presume you're going to see this work as we go along. And so when we have this optimism and potential for opportunistic screening, to me, by things that doctors cannot see, but it's because of these hidden signals, and the models are able to still rely on these patterns and pick them up. What could go wrong? And so this is just recently published work that is, again, going back to how images are acquired. They try to manipulate the images using three things, using the window width, field of view, and the position. And they show that, and then they look at those three things. If they changed them, would it reduce disparities for test X-ray prediction? They show that varying the window width and sort of the field of view has different performance for detecting whether the patient is Asian, black, and white. This is just follow-up work. But it's variable in terms of what these parameters can do for predicting different tribes. And so when they use those as the input features for augmentation, they find that for augmentation, it really doesn't change. But if you change the thresholding per view, per character, that's when you reduce the disparities. So again, this is not something that would be possible in the real world setting. It's a good research question, but showing you that still translating fair models in the real world setting, in the setting of shortcut learning, is extremely difficult. Here is some work that we published from our friends, with our friends from MIT, showing that models that encode most of these sex, age, race, sex and race, tend to be the most biased, and they vary according to the task that you're trying to predict, and they persist across ophthalmology, dermatology. This is a problem that pervades pretty much any computer vision learning task. And those are the, irrespective of how you mitigate your bias, the ones that encode demographic attributes, those are the most biased, and you should focus on those the most. And so, again, when you bring your generalization, you test your model on out of distribution, then you still find that you can have optimum performance, but you can have worsening fairness gaps just because of the degree of encoding. So when I started off, I started by going through what shortcut learning is. I hope that most of you at least understand if you've not heard of this concept before. And for those people who raise their hands that they're working in computer vision, either medicine or non-medicine, this is a problem that you should be aware of. And I went through sort of these visible shortcuts, right? In this room, if we were to build a model, maybe green would be the most winning color, just because of our swag this year from deep learning Indaba. But that, those are visible, but the potential of these hidden things that no human can see, they have an amazing ability for opportunistic screening, but also very, very challenging to mitigate, to remove them when we have disparate performance of the models across tasks. And so when I sort of think, I'm going to end my talk by sort of talking about this, which is most of the time you'll hear AI is going to help Africa in healthcare. It's not going to help Africa in healthcare because of shortcut learning. And it's because if you were to think about training a model today, we don't have enough data sets. You're probably going to mix and match those data sets. They are not acquired. You're probably either taking a picture of a picture. You're going to acquire them in because we don't have this infrastructure yet in place to save, for example, radiology images. You're going to either get disks. It's very selective curation, and that is going to be a big, big challenge unless we solve this problem. When you think about labeling, and most of our data are actually abnormal, it's very limited to have explainability, and they have this many intersectionality of different identities that are encoded in the data set. That, and we don't even have the infrastructure to think about real-world performance, and the metrics today are not enough for us to think about how to capture shortcut learning, and we don't have any benchmarks, and we're still building relationships for external validation. This is why the promise of AI, specifically for medical imaging in Africa, needs you to work on all these possible topics to be able to allow us to leapfrog and harness the promise of AI. I don't have to justify, so because our t-shirts, learn knowledge, share it. This is my mentees and friends over the years that I've connected with at Indaba. And here, this is a picture. My friend surprised me this year to say all the students that I've taught to have a picture. This is one of the happiest days of my life, and I love students, so if I can ever do anything for you, for students, please reach out. And this is a picture, half of my group at Emory University. I hope you learned something, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Judith, for the amazing talk. We have time for questions, so let's start here.
Okay, thank you, Judy, for this wonderful presentation. A lot of things are just making sense for me, and yeah, it was very clear. So I have two questions for you. I'm wondering, what is the most important thing to focus on? If, for example, we want to avoid shortcut learning, what is the most important thing to focus on? Is it the data sets or the model interpretability? Because as you said, shortcuts are not always what we as humans think they could be. So maybe different model will have different shortcuts, we'll learn different shortcuts. So what is the most important thing to focus on if you want to avoid shortcut learning?
That's a very hard question to start off. One, because it's it's a cycle, right? So, and the reason for that is shortcuts are like onions. When you peel one, you have another layer. You peel another one, you have another layer, right? So for us to really work, we have to work on the data sets that are important. And the way our group has moved to working on this is really to leverage. I wasn't really a believer of synthetic data in terms of the potential, but if you train a good diffusion model, and we've seen this, we've done this, you can, and you condition it, which means that you can say, generate pictures of Judy, right? And it does a good job at it, then a little bit of that context means that maybe the data set problem can be solved for research, right? To say, oh, I'm seeing that my model seems to not behave well for this subset of data, so can you generate for me a few samples? I think that's easier to do, and that's sort of our approach, because no one is going to have the capacity to collect all these data sets, harmonize them, label them for you to study shortcuts. And so, based on that, the other part for I don't even think explanations are the thing. And the reason for that is that the explanations can be very misleading. And this is one of the challenges you're seeing with radiology around automation bias. And what that means is that if you tell me, for example, the probability of pneumonia is 20% versus you show me, or you say, I think this is pneumonia. Those two things make the radiologists behave very different. And so you can actually bias them, and you can reduce the performance if you have wrong explanations. So that already is a topic that needs to be studied on its own. I think what we need to look at is why do different, and we're seeing like with the transformer networks, why is it that the models are so different when it comes to medical imaging? If you think about a cat and dog prediction, even if the model has never seen a specific breed of a dog, it may guess the breed, but it will say that this is still a dog. But we don't see the same robustness when it comes to medical imaging. So I would say looking at task complexity and looking at data sets is what I would prioritize on before even explanations, although they're important for this task.
Thank you. And the second question is, I'm wondering, have you already thought about any class of tasks where shortcut learning could actually be developed in a new technique for computer vision? Because I'm thinking that there is certainly some class of tasks where this can actually be exactly what we want to do. We want the model maybe to learn shortcuts, to learn faster or something like this.
You have to tell me the type of task. For me, I use it as a way for hypothesis generation, right? I do work a lot on fairness and how models fail. And So as I walked around, sort of like through the posters, I would be like, okay, your camera is in one place. What if I change the location of your camera? Would it work the same, right? They said the same techniques, but you should tell us sort of where you think shortcut learning would be the target more than the intended features.
Actually, my question is whether you have already thought of some class like this, some class of class like this, where we want exactly this.
Yeah, just maybe for opportunistic screening, but it's a grand challenge. That's why I chose this topic to speak about. I think Vukosi has a question. This is going to be a hard one.
Okay, thanks for the great talk. I guess one is thinking, okay, if we think, let's say about the African continent, you have all these different hospitals, they all have all different situations. What happens if you, on the other side, then are increasing the diversity of the data sets? Is this a kind of a mitigating way to deal with this, or that's also, again, it's much easier to learn the shortcuts per region as opposed to figuring out a general kind of rule? I don't know. Obviously, if you break it down into, you can just create submodels, and then that model just identifies that for anything that comes from this part of Rwanda, this is the shortcut. Yeah.
So unfortunately, most of the early research is showing that increasing data set diversity increases it doesn't help shortcuts. It doesn't help the shortcut learning. But it's an oxymoron, right? Because you'd think that. But I think what you can do with the data set diversity is to say you have more robust out of distribution testing, right? You use them as test sets more than the training. I think when you use them as test sets, then you can be like, of all the 5 hospitals, it worked on nobody, right? So then you go back and investigate. I would also like to, because we have a lot of students in the audience, sometimes, and I see this with my students, they come and they're like, oh, this model didn't work. And you're spending so much time trying to build a better model. I think what we need to really move our minds to is the audit, right? So the way I sort of advise my student is to say, you're building pneumonia, go to the literature, figure out what the average performance of this model is, and then if you get that performance, you're fine. Then let's move to the next task, right? So it's not the state of the art all the time trying to beat that, because I think there's so much we don't know about how models fail, and that could really bring new areas of research for us. So I would use those as the test more than the training data set, in my opinion.
Hi, thanks for the talk. So shortcuts are everywhere, and you said even humans are sensitive to shortcuts. Have we studied shortcuts in humans, trying to understand first which ones are they? You said they are different, good, but can we understand how we unstuck humans from shortcut to actually taking the right decision, and see if we could do that for machines?
So one is the places where they've learned about this is education, right? Because people are trying to say, maybe instead of having multiple choice questions which motivate, they reward the student by cramming. If you had more sort of like essay or more different type of testing, you could come back and now use that to see more better performance, improve learning. I think I haven't found where people have really picked examples from human, but there are shortcuts everywhere in humans, right? This is how we are able to live our lives, actually. If you had to process all the information in your head, your brain would have an overload, right? So you move around most of our lives relying on shortcuts. We have done some work in radiology, but no one has really done that translation of how do humans, from a human point, and then using that to inform neural networks. But that's beyond my pay grade. But for all these future Turing winners, maybe that can be an area of inspiration. Cool. I think that's it.
Hello. My question is on if you, let me give you an example. Like if you have a problem where you make a data set and it's mostly from model organisms and you're looking at pathology, there are instances where, depending on what you're looking at, like I think the analogous causative agent of malaria, at least for, I think it's mice, is Plasmodium bargei. Can you use image classification model like to, for instance, differentiate like the different parts of the life cycle on another organism, like a human? Like, will that model work?
Yeah, so that's an interesting, I think, quite a lot of work on domain adaptation, right? So you pick knowledge learned from somewhere and then take it to somewhere else. I'll tell you for pathology, I actually did not include a picture of here of shortcut learning in pathology. It's mainly the staining, right? What you use to stain so that you can see the organism, right? And that's what the models learn more than any other pathology. But what's interesting, and it's good that you asked this question, is that we're seeing people saying we have these hyper-resolution cameras that can take pictures of organism even without staining. And the humans cannot really see that, like they cannot make sense of the picture. But the model, the machine, can use those patterns and it's more robust in terms of training. So I believe that you will still have to fine-tune on your final, on your new organism, and that's because, for example, parasites versus viruses have different life cycles, so I know that it won't be a one-to-one domain translation, but you have, and also the staining would be difficult, so I think it's an easier question to ask, but in practical sense, it will be very challenging to implement, is my opinion. But I don't do a lot of work in digital pathology. We're just starting to merge our data sets with that, so maybe I will know more in a few years when we've extensively studied it. Okay, cool. I hope it was helpful and have an enjoyable deep learning in Indaba.
Thank you very much, Judy. That was really inspiring. So now we have a group photo. If you've been here to the opening ceremony, you've seen the amazing photos we have over the years. So we'll gather at 10 in the area between the auditorium and the registration desk. That's from this side. If you have your red, green, blue t-shirt with you, please wear it. It makes for a more beautiful photo. So yeah, let's meet her here in 15 minutes. Stop. See you there.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Can you please start moving outside for the photo?
reality. Bright lights and bright lights and drain. Roll up with champagne. Take bright lights and drain. Roll up with champagne. Bright lights and drain. Bright lights and drain. Bright lights and drain. Roll up with champagne. Take your whisper tip on me. Dream this guy in my reality. That's my baby. That's my mind. Last night dancing out on the floor. Let me be the one who's getting you right. Let me be the thing that ignites your light. You're on my mind, on my mind. You're on my mind, on my mind. Lies and drain. Roll up with champagne. Take your wish, put it on me. Dream this girl in my reality. That's my baby. That's my baby. Say my baby. Bright lights and drain. Roll up with champagne. Take your wish, put it on me.
Would you not believe me? 'Cause I love that easy, never turns out right.
found victim once again. Now she says she want my love, want my love, want my love. When I was so deep in love, you had no love, had no love. She loves the naughty boy, bad mind yardy boy. She wanna push my love away. She's scared to roll with me, she's scared to show me. She wonder why I cannot stay. She can't deny it when we catch a fire. When we touch it, turn to a flame. She's so controlling, love and pain. She play a dangerous game. She play a dangerous game. She play a dangerous game.
I wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice to sing some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. I was told when I get older all my fears would shrink, but now I'm insecure and I care what people think. My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think. My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. We're stressed out. Sometimes a certain smell will take me back to when I was young. How come I'm never able to identify where it's coming from? I'd make a candle out of it if I ever found it. Try to sell it, never sell out of it. I probably only sell one. Maybe to my brother, cause we have the same nose, same clothes, homegrown, a stone's throw from creek we used to roam. But it would remind us of when nothing really mattered. Out of student loans and treehouse homes, we all would take the ladder. My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think. My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we'd fly it far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, "Wake up, you need to make money." Yeah. We used to play pretend, give each other different names. We
Legal legacy corrupt is not noise. Game is over. Yeah. Alright then. Game is over. Legal legacy corrupt is not noise. Can't go jump coma. Sajali tsaga finta walking. Vina di jiko coma. You're the whole look at the jaitar. Hey, Mr. Nova. Richard and Nova can jump west. Game is over. Legal legacy corrupt is not noise. Can't go jump coma. Sajali tsaga finta walking. Vina di jiko coma. You're the whole look at the jaitar. Hey, Mr. Nova. Richard and Nova can jump west. Yeah. Dafa bari mana. No collect model mana. Dafa fresh burger nana. Oh na
na. Well, telling the truth free, so bad the truth fair. Pour un boulot, mais la make it a bit fair. Mais le succès, mais le tipsy. Gentlemen, look how the beat about the tipsy. Say one for the money, two for the beginning. Make love anytime, till the boss get what they need. What is the self-control? Japanese say that every gigot make face it banana back on the lot. Mom bitch it high neck gigolo. I do not do jaja pe kurigolo. See you one time. Oh, that's a life. Definitely the one. Mr. Game is over. Legal legacy corrupt is not nice. Take a jump, coma. Sit down in, take your feet to walking. We know that you go coma. You're the whole look at the jaitan. Hey, Mr. Nova. Richard and over can jump west. Game is over. Legal legacy corrupt is not nice. Take a jump, coma. Sit down in, take your feet to walking. We know that you go coma. You're the whole look at the jaitan. Hey, Mr. Nova. Richard and over can jump west. Yeah.
Hey, yo, shout out to Black Diamond.
Them on us a Bluetooth. By maximum Wi-Fi. Code sécurisé. Mot de passe sécurité. Them on us a Bluetooth. By maximum Wi-Fi. Code sécurisé. Mot de passe sécurité. Wi-Fi. Mot de passe sécurité. Bluetooth. Code sécurisé. Mot de passe sécurité. Wi-Fi. Mot de passe sécurité. Bluetooth. Code sécurisé. Mot de passe sécurité. Magelu te dame ni potu dalu. Dangai nan jo samoram na. Samo boss dame ni peru dalu. Fuma yenu fofu leifana. Bul ma prix, bul ma statut. Supprimer sama number. Trahison de statut. Mon lay misère fanano ko demba. Gis na sa répertoire. Taluma ay concurrence. Manduma sa colochard. Te sa yaay doyu ma référence. Yoruma mari du ma gentleman. Waaye doo ma tardel fen. Dajal ma ba def ma remplaçant. Titulaire la bëgg doon. Demal ak sa Bluetooth. Bàyyi ma ak sama Wi-Fi. Code sécurisé. Mot de passe sécurité. Demal ak sa Bluetooth. Bàyyi ma ak sama Wi-Fi. Code sécurisé. Mot de passe sécurité. Wi-Fi. Mot de passe sécurité. Bluetooth. Code sécurisé. Mot de passe sécurité. Wi-Fi. Mot de passe sécurité. Bluetooth. Code sécurisé. Mot de passe sécurité.
heart full of some love you totally. Do my own thing, I'm in a trouble, nobody. I'm watching out for the body, yo. I did it in here, but them never watch me now. Swim in a mist like Pacquiao. What you feeling for hot coffee, yo? Watching out, watching out. All you want talk about how much money, yeah. Anything you want, go figure the money, yeah. Me give you my heart, make it take it from me.
X Central Steering Committee presents the Indaba X chapters, locally organized by Indaba, strengthening machine learning on the African continent. The Indaba X events have happened in over 25 countries in Africa since its inception in 2018. Uganda, Mozambique, Zambia, and many other African countries.
The Deep Learning Indaba is, I guess, a movement that we started back in 2017 with the aim of strengthening machine learning in Africa. And we're trying to build communities, to train people, and to highlight some of the fantastic work that's being done in Africa in machine learning and artificial intelligence.
We ran the first Deep Learning Indaba in Johannesburg in 2017, and our original plan was to run a small summer school or series of master classes for maybe 40 students. For the first Deep Learning Indaba, 700 students applied, and it was an inflection point for us as organizers. And at that point we said, let's go big. Can't let 700 students apply and then only accept 40.
So I've seen groups of people coming together to learn without any type of guidance, using only what exists on the internet and building wonderful things out of it.
And in the first year, a large number of countries applied, and I think roughly 12 to 15 Indaba X's were held from across Africa. And so this continued. There's been Indaba X's in almost 30 countries in Africa now, and the community is really flourishing.
I would see, an exponential growth of, AI conversations at the universities and across the country, resulting from these Indaba activities. We've also created a platform where students, researchers, enthusiasts, and engineers are able to network, are able to learn, and are able to share knowledge, through the various platforms that we've created as a result of the Indaba.
It also gave me opportunities, to take part in further machine learning hackathons and competitions. And also, it also helped me develop my skills personally as an individual when it comes to machine learning and data science. I learned how to work better with data and how to be more practical with machine learning.
The Deep Learning Indaba has been such a great platform and network that has allowed me to understand how artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning can be applied within the industries and just promote how it's being used within the country.
Over the years,
Hello. Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Can I see your hands up? Are you alive? Are you full? For those of you who are doing data set, please go to Annex 1. For startup presentations are going to be in this hall. Dataset presentation in Annex 1. Startups in this hall. And then we'll also have panel presentation here.
Okay. My name is Anthony Ndolo, and I'll be moderating the session together with my colleague Lydia. Before we start, I'd like to give a story of a young legendary warrior in the Luo community. His name was Luanda Magere. So Luanda Magere was a very strong guy who could defeat enemies without shedding any sweat. He was that strong. But his strength was somewhere that majority of the people or the enemies never knew. Stay tuned. Before the end of the presentations, I'll tell you where the strength lied and how he was able to defeat the enemy and why his story is still being told amongst the Luo community or the Luo-speaking people of East, Central, and along the River Nile. Now, as we start, we're going to have a small talk from one of our award winners from the previous Indabas, and her name is Kira. Kira, kindly.
Extract the features in the latent space.
So I'm Kara. I wear a couple of hats, but one of them is as the CEO of Tumble AI. And Bruno just asked me to speak a bit about some strategies, challenges, and opportunities for African startups. So I'm going to try and do that really centering on something that's been a big struggle for us. I mean, we're a really small startup. I think there's a lot of bigger ones here, actually. But we've really struggled with this idea of, from an African startup perspective, balancing social good, doing something for social good, as well as kind of viability and being a commercial enterprise. And so I'll discuss that in general, and then where there are examples that maybe apply to Amatambo, I'll try and highlight those in red. So in summary, and you can just look at the slide and then ignore the rest of the presentation, I think we've got a lot of opportunity in Africa because of the type of problems we get to solve. There's a lot out there that we can do with relatively simple techniques, and we've got really great people. And I think that does mean in some cases that there is funding, or that funding is growing, and there's evidence of that. But this has to be balanced, I think, with a challenge, which is one thing that we've noticed and didn't expect, is that there's quite a lot of AI mistrust and corporate mistrust when you're trying to do something that's socially good, but as a corporate enterprise. And so hopefully we can think of maybe collectively a few strategies to try and overcome that. So just to introduce, I thought I'd just tell you who Amatambo is very briefly with this video. It's actually...
For every 1,000 patients in Africa, that's far bigger with the W.
Maybe the internet's not good enough for this. Okay, I'll try one more time, otherwise I'll just tell you about it.
Did you know that there are only 1.5 healthcare workers for every 1,000 patients in Africa? That's far below the WHO's recommended minimum, which is almost 3 times higher. African healthcare.
Okay, maybe we'll skip this. I guess the internet's not playing games. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a bit about Amatambo AI in a second anyway, so we'll do it that way. But then let's rather discuss in general opportunities for African startups, and then while I'm doing that, I'll tell you more about what we do. So the first thing that I think is really useful for your race in Africa is that there's a lot of really fundamental problems to solve. What I mean is that there's things that you can do that are both feasible, as in there's things that you can apply that are perhaps easier to apply, and super impactful. And that's something that gives you the ability to come up with ideas pretty easily, as long as you're embedded in the community. And I think quite often we see this, right? So in the graph in the bottom over here, what I'm showing you is that across startups and research institutions, some of the prominent things that people do are in healthcare, agriculture, and education, as well as finance, actually. Additionally, over the last couple of years, it seems like funding for these types of startups are growing, and I think that's a really good sign. And perhaps that is because things that have potential social capacity are things that funders are willing to solve. And in addition, we've got a bit of policy support. The African Union, for example, released a statement just a couple of days ago committing themselves to developing AI capabilities in Africa. So here I'll tell you a little bit about how we kind of leverage this. So I'm actually a medical doctor by training. And if you're a medical doctor in an African setting, you usually have to make rosters that's allocating staff in your units by hand. And so I used to do this, every month or something. And I, having had some tech background, realized that this was a little bit of a waste of time, right? Rostering is pretty hard, it's time intensive, it takes you maybe a day worth of time to do that. And it's also something that would be important to try and get better, right? Staff are stretched thin, and rosters don't seem to really match the expected patient demand. So for example, when there's a soccer match or something, you might expect there to be more patients, and that's what I would kind of predict in my head, but then sometimes they'll only come like the next day because injuries are often delayed. And so this is something that's actually quite non-trivial and time-intensive for a human to do. However, what we noticed, and actually in Indaba in 2022, I set up a team that was interested in trying to help me kind of tackle this problem, is that this is something that computers can do a lot more easily. And so what we've done at Amatambo AI is set up an automatic rostering platform, as well as pair this with some sort of machine learning inspired patient load prediction. So the idea is then that when you expect to have more patients in your clinic or hospital, you'll automatically have more people on duty in order to serve them. So this is like an idea that I think is really simple, but actually pretty feasible with the type of things that we have available to us. And just on that idea alone, we've done quite well. So we got the ideas on in 2022, we won a prize for social impact ventures, we've been in through accelerators, and eventually we set up a private company. And established some really great mentorship, also thanks to deep learning and Indaba links. at the back of that is like numerous applications that have failed, numerous attempts to recruit people to do other things that have failed. But I think what I do want to highlight there is it's really just like the strength of that idea and having some knowledge in the industry that has helped us to kind of get the initial support that we needed to get going. Okay, so back to kind of general opportunities. I think another thing that's kind of a pro is that at the moment, access to education, or formal education at least, is no longer really required in order for you to make a startup or in order for you to do well even in research, right? So AfriLabs did a kind of survey across Africa. 29 countries actually had survey participants within their network, so people that have founded AI companies, over 160 of them. Then they also looked into the literature for other people. And only 37% of them had formal education in AI before starting these companies. So I think that's very positive for kind of access, and grassroots things like Indaba and Indaba X are a good way to get some exposure. At the same time, publications in artificial intelligence in Africa are growing as well. So this is from a review on AI in Africa, if anyone's interested in a little bit more info there. In addition, that goes kind of hand in hand, there's a wide variety of methods that are being employed in research and in startups. And so we really see like a whole full spectrum of machine learning being used. The last point that I think is an opportunity within Africa, I mean, Africa is big. You can fit a whole bunch of other countries, continents within Africa itself, and it's growing. So by 2100, we're expected to be 38% of the global population. There's a lot of people there. There's also a place where it is affordable to, say, build things. So we've seen large company setups, Google campuses, AWS setups, and others coming to Africa. And I really hope we continue to see this. So it's expected also by 2100 that just these couple of countries are going to account for over half of the global population. And you'll see that 5 of those 8 countries are in Africa. So I think there's a huge opportunity there as well. Cool. So that's sort of summary of opportunities. Then let's look at a couple of challenges that are facing startups in Africa. Again, with this mind of, these are really like the socially minded bit that started us out, that gives us great problems to solve, people to solve them, and now looking at some of the things that make it a little bit hard to implement those things in practice. So I think there's a lot that we are aware of. Some of these are funding, they are access to internet, things like this. I'm not going to talk about those. I think those do get talked about a lot, right? Having the right data sources. Something that we've come up as a company in Africa, and I didn't really expect, is this kind of AI and corporate sort of skepticism. So there's a couple of data points that support this. And there's a big foundation, Lloyd's Register Foundation survey that found the greatest AI skepticism in Central and West Africa, Southern Africa, Northern Africa, and Eastern Africa, in that order. And over 50% of people in Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, they actually thought that AI was harmful. In addition, there's been other surveys, so this just shows you in pink places where people think that AI is mostly harmful, and in yellow where it's mostly helpful. And again, you kind of see like Africa is one of the areas where it seems like there's a lot of mistrust. And I think sometimes if you're in tech, you don't really notice that, right? Because you're not speaking to those people. But us even speaking to doctors, we've seen a lot of this. In addition, a lot of the startups are concentrated in those skeptical areas. I mean, it's across Africa, so it makes sense. But it seems like only 50% of startups are in only just 7 countries. So it's also at the moment still a little bit of a silo situation where I think, at least the evidence shows that startups are not widespread across Africa. That's also something that I think as a community we should think about, be concerned about. And it's a challenge, right? Especially if you, in this big continent, want to create startups that are cross borders, that are really like serving a lot of different people. So now I'll just talk briefly about some of our journey with skepticism. And firstly, why I didn't expect it to be a problem. So we are a corporate company, but we have a really strong social mission. I mean, we've got healthcare professionals on the team, we've got doctors testing our software, we've got really strong relationships with a couple of facilities in South Africa, and we're backed by really a social enterprise foundation, the Mandela Rhodes Foundation. So I thought that skepticism wouldn't be something that would be a huge problem. And here's one of the slides we showed to like investors and hospitals we want to partner with, just trying to push the point that we are really socially minded, and that some of the key outcomes we want are improved patient well-being by reducing waiting times, improved staff well-being, and sort of these key hospital partnerships, where in particular we try and use a hybrid scheme to cross-fund costs in public hospitals so that the places that really need this type of tech, where your staff are really overworked and not at the right time, your patients are suffering bad outcomes, can get access to it without having to pay too much. So of course this means that we need data. So to do the forecasting part of this, which is patient prediction, we pair sociogeographic variables, things like soccer matches, with historical patient load data from partner hospitals. And there is a system of hospitals that has a really big electronic database that I was aware of before we set up this company and had wanted to kind of use. So how do you go about getting that data? First, we approached kind of government and people from within the management sections of the hospitals to get that data. They gave us some support and said, okay, here's the way you should probably go about this, right? So then we went through kind of rigorous ethics approvals from a couple of different universities because they thought this would be the best route to get the data. Even though the data itself is like non-identifiable, it's just when patients arrive, so timing and how many patients arrive. And so that was approved. It took a while. We had quite a lot of rigorous back and forth to get that done. And then with individual hospitals, even though the database is centralized, we need to get approval from all of them that we can use their data. So as you can see, it's quite a long process, and it's taken kind of a couple like a year. And so finally, all of this has been done. And so the last step is actually to loop back to the government and say, oh, okay, we've done all the steps you wanted us to do. Can we get data now? Unfortunately, here, we sort of at the last post, we met with quite a lot of AI skepticism and concerns with the fact that we're using a sort of artificial intelligence, unexplainable system in order to do something that could be commercialized. Even though we wouldn't be able to spread an algorithm trained on one hospital to any other hospital, so it's not really commercial in that sense. And even though we've been quite careful in trying to sketch out that we want this to be a hybrid partnership. So this is something that we're now having ongoing discussions about, but I think it's an important point for anyone thinking about going in this route. Cool. So finally, where does this kind of skepticism come from? I don't think we really entirely know. And one thing that we do know is that there's quite poor business uptake of AI solutions within Africa, with the exception of African banks, and perhaps some of you will know this from using various software from African banks for loans and so on. So when I showed you earlier that we had a lot of health, education, and agriculture, and the sort of things people were doing, that's much less prominent than fintech when you actually look at the funding that people are receiving. And also in terms of these AI readiness index that look at things like staff and so on, of course, Africa is sort of on the lower side. Other things that I think are a problem are just law, legislature, as well as people having good data laws. So data laws are not universally established or enforced. They can often be quite vague, it can be quite difficult to navigate. And so it's a little bit unclear why this is, but anecdotally, even just speaking to someone like a doctor who's highly educated about this, it can be really hard for them to trust your system and to trust that it's going to be used for good means. So I think it's something all of us should sort of be aware of. So last little bit, just what strategies do we take to try and manage this dilemma? How do we both be socially good and potentially be a corporate entity for various reasons, right? So one thing we try to do, and a general strategy you can take, make sure you're doing something that the client cares about, so that they trust you, collect your own data, and then show those results, try and get trust in bigger fish, right, like the government. So what we have done, while we've been waiting for this bigger data set, is we've partnered with a couple of hospitals and specific doctors and started just collecting our own data, which will take a really, really long time, but at least gives us an initial forecasting model that looks good, that we can show to the next kind of partner and try and use it to get some trust from them. So final slide, lots of text, sorry, but perhaps just useful to go through. A couple of things that might be useful to try and deal with the dilemma of social good versus being corporate. I think as a community it sort of helps if there is some cohesion in statements, in having examples and companies that do engender trust. And I think it's also just important to be aware about juxtaposition, to kind of speak about it. Like in a lot of the rest of the world, it is very common to be a corporate AI company. Just because we're working on socially good products does not necessarily mean you shouldn't take that model. I think there are some pros and cons to being an NGO or being a corporate company that you can discuss, but yeah. I think there's like a lot of things to kind of unpack there. And then just in terms of individuals, for sure, I think when you're setting up, make sure you have mentors and advice and think about what model you want carefully. It doesn't feel like a big decision at the time if you're corporate or if you're social. An NPO, but it kind of is, right? NPO also has a lot of administrative and other tasks you have to do. So it's a non-profit organization. So that's something to consider. I think it's also useful to always have options in case your data doesn't come through, have something else. Make sure you have good relationships with your customers so that you can kind of get in touch with them, figure out what they want, and build it. And then having a strong team culture and knowing what you want and what you stand for as a team in terms of values, I think this is also something that really helps to make sure people trust you and don't think that you're just trying to make lots of money and not do good things with it. And I think in terms of what clients see, having that clear vision is important, partnering with social enterprises can be a good signal, and then explaining this dilemma, I think, just being honest about it has been quite helpful with individual hospitals that we've spoken to. And of course, always adhering to kind of fair and sustainable AI in the background. So that's a little bit that I wanted to do, just discuss and open up this session. And I'd be really interested to hear what other people think, what your experiences are. We're really young startups, so we don't have that much experience in this. But yeah, I'd be really keen to hear a little bit more from everyone else. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Your appreciation is so low. Did you not eat? Come on, guys. So going forward, we had Luanda Magere playing around his style of war, and you can Google his name, and then I'll tell you a story as we wind up and try to connect it with our discussion of artificial intelligence in this wonderful continent. So as we continue, we are going to go on with the spotlights, some few presentations from our local founders. Yeah. We're going to have a look at some few presentations from local founders. The first one is Mohammed Ba. You can clap for him as he comes.
My name is Mohammed Ba. I'm a data scientist and an AI application developer. And I'm going to introduce you in what we are working. We found Sahem Ethos. What is Sahem? Sahem Ethos is an ambitious initiative to combat climate change in Africa by using AI as a powerful tool for environment monitoring and natural disaster prevention. In front of rising global temperatures, the multiplication of natural disasters and specific challenges faced by the African continent, Sahem Ethos offers an innovative solution to protect the environment and the well-being of populations. Here are the problems we found. Problem number one, magnitude of the problem. Global temperatures have increased by 1.1 since the pre-industrial era, resulting in 20% increase in climate-related natural disasters since 2000. The annual cost of natural disaster reached as 210 billion in 2020. The second problem is the specific challenges in Africa. Climate change is particularly affecting Africa with 118 million extremely poor people exposed to the drought, flooding, and extreme heat. The loss of 15% of GDP due to climate change is projected by 2030. And current limitations. Environmental monitoring systems are often outdated or non-existent, lacking accurate real-time data. There are incident forecasts and effective prevention. Our solution. Sahem Ethos is an advanced AI application for environmental monitoring and natural disaster prevention. It collects real-time data, analyzes natural hazards, and generates customized environmental maps. Key features. Sahem Ethos collects real-time data on temperature, humidity, CO2, and phosphorus cover. It uses predictive analytics to identify natural hazards it provides an early warning system of independent disaster. The problem resolution. Our solution provides continuous monitoring and real-time analysis on environmental conditions, allowing accurate prediction of natural hazards. AI makes it easier for authorities to make quick, informed decisions. Here is our dashboard. An interactive map. The application dashboard presents an interactive map for environmental risk, allowing to visualize this area in real time. Real-time graphics. The dashboard displays real-time graphics of key indicators such as temperature, humidity, and air quality. Alerts and notifications. The dashboard sends real-time alerts and notifications to users, informing of independent risk. Customer survey reports. The dashboard generates customer reports for decision makers, providing detailed information on risk and trends. So why our solution works? It's a technical innovation. Same methods use deep learning algorithms such as convolutional neural network and recurrent neural network. It integrates multi-source data from satellite, weather stations, and IoT sensors and processes data in real time with less than 100 millisecond latency. Accuracy and reliability. SAM achieved a 95% accuracy rate in the first 5 predictions tested on historical data. It reduced the response time to natural disaster by 40%. Adaptability to the African context. Our solution AI model are trained on data specific to Africa. The user interface is multilingual, English, French, Swahili, and Arabic. And the solution works with limited internet connectivity. Here are just technical details, how we craft our application. Python using TensorFlow, PyTorch, React Native for multi-platform mobile, cloud infrastructure hosted on AWS. AI model use. Same use specific AI model for different tasks. And forest optimization for production, UNet for segmentation of satellites, images, and forest cover, and LSTM for weather forecasting. Data source same methods used on variety of data source Sentinel-2 satellite imagery. Meteorological data from network of 500 IoT weather stations deployed in Africa and environmental sensors for CO2 and for change.
Thank you. The next one is Jeremiah. But as Jeremiah comes, remember Wanda Magere is beating one battle after another. That's one startup trying to solve a problem in Africa. That's another challenge that Wanda Magere is winning as we go on.
As I said, my name is Jeremiah. Lami Joa. Generally, I often say that, I'm born Nigerian, made in Benin Republic, refined in South Africa. And I happen to actually be the organizer of Indaba across Equatorial Guinea, Cape Verde, Benin Republic, very big interest in Eswatini as well. And why am I saying this story? During my travel across many countries in Africa, we actually encountered one problem. I observed something that Africans don't, or let's say African countries, don't really trade, in the same continent as like other continents. For example, you go to Europe, you actually see a very strong intertrade, and of course there is the Africa continental trade, that we're trying to arrive at. But there is a problem, and the problem is the ability, to exchange one currency from the other. Of course, the dollar is the international form of exchange and all of that. But I do believe that Europe has actually gotten this quite very right. And even though we may not be able to have one single currency in Africa, I do think we can still solve the problem. Now, even not just in Africa alone, generally across the world, when you move from one country to another country, there is always a problem. So people don't want to leave their country because they are scared, to start from scratch. So a couple of years ago, we founded this company called Currency Finance. And of course, with my experience with the Indaba X, organizing the Indaba X in different countries, many of the community leaders will also know that, getting funds, even from external countries who may have interest in those countries was a major challenge. So we set out on an ambition to create the first fully digital African international bank, such that you should be able to create a wallet in any African country. And we've actually been doing this for a long time, of course. And I would actually tell some of the story later on. But then, present today, in about 7, 8 countries, we still have a lot to do. However, as we started building the fintech, we decided to create a mechanism that allows immigrants to continue their lifestyle financially. So which basically means that we should be able to understand your behavior in your country, credit-wise, finance-wise, and we should be able to make an inference as to how you would behave in that country. So which means, for example, you have a credit score in South Africa, but then why should you go to study in the USA, and now you cannot access credit until you finish your studies, you start working, and you have to build again the same credit all over, and everybody's scared to move around. So we want to create a global world where you can easily just walk to any country, and your credit history can be inferred, from wherever you have lived, across either Africa or across the world. And basically created governance, I said currency finance. And basically what we've done is we model your credit history, your credit patterns. We very big within the student community. And we basically, offer your student loans and a whole lot of things. And we try to see how are you responsible from a young age with regards to finance. Then we allow international students as well to create credit history in other countries as well. So you want to study in South Africa, you want to study in South Africa, let's say maybe sometime next year. We can start inferring your credit history and watching your credit pattern a long time ago, such that when you are in South Africa, because again, we are a bank in South Africa, we can easily infer your credit history. And that's basically governance. So how does it work? Direct loans, peer-to-peer lending. We do have a platform called Connect peer-to-peer lending, where you can transact with other people. Or for example, you can borrow money from me as a friend, but you have to use the Connect platform. And in such a way that if you do not pay back, it affects your global credit history. Our traction, last slide, founded in 2021, and in 2022, we raised some funding, pre-seed, and we launched the product officially in 2023, and as of today, we are operating in about 8 countries. Currently, it is headquartered in South Africa, but we've actually spread into Eswatini, some of the southern African countries, some countries also in West Africa, Benin Republic, Nigeria as well, and a few other countries. Totally, it's about 8 countries. So, if you are looking to partner with us, you're looking to join the finance revolution. In fact, if you look at my back, I say we are redefining finance for you. Ladies and gentlemen, Canance. If you want to download Canance, please go to Play Store or App Store. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that's another challenge that Luanda Magere, in our case, artificial intelligence trying to solve in Africa. I'll give you the gist of the story about Luanda Magere later. But as this moment, I'd like us to go back a bit, stop the spotlight checks, and then join a small discussion with the panelists. And for this one, I'd like to request Lydia to come to the stage. You can welcome Lydia from South Africa, as she calls the panel list to the stage.
Hello everyone, thank you very much. Allow me to just get my notes ready. Okay, great. So we're going to have a panel discussion for about 40 minutes. We have to get some questions from the audience as well. My panelists are mostly from here in Senegal, which is very exciting. The economic boom in Senegal is amazing to see. So first of all, I want to welcome Max Smith. Max, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself later, but his company is called Lingo AI. Welcome, Max. Whichever one you like. Then my next panelist is Marlene Saul. She's also working here in Senegal. Her company is called Go My Code. Welcome, Marlene. My next panelist is from South Africa. You may know her. Her name is Jade Abbott, and she's with Lalapa AI, of course. Okay, and then finally, my final panelist is Ernst Nobasse. Ernest, sorry. Welcome, Ernest. Okay. Okay. Of course. Sorry, Ernest, you're from Sunbird AI. Is he going to be a panelist? Kajaba. Okay, Kajaba, thank you very much. I don't know if we have another mic to close to our panelists. All right. While we do that, welcome everyone. Another round of applause, please. All right. We in Africa have a very special situation that is the same as the rest of the world. And I hope we can learn from you how everyone here is very interested in starting a startup, maybe has already started a startup, or is struggling with something at the moment. I'm also looking at researchers who might be inspired to become startups. That is our audience today. And I've went around, some of you may have bothered by me. I went around the community and asked them what they would like to know from the panel. So we will be exploring those questions. First of all, Max, I'll just get to introduce yourself and your company. And I just want to hear from you as well. What types of relationships have helped you to build that company?
Thank you very much. Hello everyone. Max Smith. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Lingo AI. So Lingo is based here in Dakar. We're a team of about 20 engineers with a wide background, but mostly from Senegal. My two other co-founders, Ismail Essek, who you may have heard yesterday on the NLP infrastructure panel, and Xavier, he was the former CCO for Jumia. So what do we do? We work with corner shops. So the mom-and-pop shops that you see and where you buy your goods. And we built an AI vocal assistant for these corner shops to track their sales. Then we anonymize that data, we aggregate it, and we sell it on dashboards to the FMCG companies like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and many others who can then distribute better to these corner shops. So essentially, we're working on tools to stop guessing Africa, and specifically the informal sector in Africa.
Thank you very much. Introduction. Perfect. Okay, our next panelist is Marlene. Please introduce your company and maybe also tell us what inspired you to start.
Right. Hi everybody. My name is Marlene. I'm the general manager for Go My Code here in Senegal. Go My Code is a training center that is offering short and intensive practical trainings for anything tech and digital. So we train people on web development, data science, AI, digital marketing, and graphic design. And those trainings are really helping anyone from very young people to professionals to practice tech. So we are training them on not just the theory, but the practical part. And this is what's really missing in the education reality in all the countries. The funding, we were funded by two brothers in Tunisia, and the dream from our founders was to really offer an alternative to tech education and to offer boot camps that are available for everyone. I think they really managed to succeed in that. We're now present in seven countries in Africa. So Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, Senegal, and Cote d'Ivoire for West Africa, as well as Nigeria and Kenya.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. We'll hear a little bit later how we're planning to expand. Our next panelist is Jade. Jade, please introduce yourself and either say how relationships have helped you to get to where you are or what inspired you to start.
Hi everyone, I'm Jade. I'm the CTO of AI. We're a language technology startup for African languages to help businesses know their market, grow their market, foster loyal connections. How relationships have helped us. I think the relationship is everything. For us, our entire founding team met in Indaba. If it weren't for the network that we had here, the lab would not have been able to exist. And I think relationships with relationships to various community organizations, university funders, relationships are what really you can foster to foster like correctly and care for them. They really do triple-fold on their return. They're super powerful, and at least for the lab it's been huge for us.
Thank you very much, Jade. Our next panelist is Ernest. And Ernest is an APO co-founder of AI. So Ernest, please introduce yourself and your company and tell us either about relationships or what inspired you to start.
Great. Yeah. So thanks a lot. I'm called Ernest. I work as the ED at Samsung AI. So Samsung AI is a social organization. We do AI social group in Uganda. And we are a broad-based AI organization. One of our biggest projects is African language technology. And the way we got how it started is a bit of a funny story. So for a very long time I worked in computer vision for agriculture. And I worked mainly on a crop called cassava, plant called cassava. I don't know if many of you know cassava. And I'm from Uganda. Uganda is Anglophone. And one time I'm in French country, Francophone country like Senegal, in a restaurant, and I'm trying to figure out the menu. And the waitress comes, and of course the first thing she says is "Sava." And I'm thinking, yes, they have cassava. And so I started explaining a lot of cassava things, boiled cassava, fried cassava. What do they have actually? And she of course doesn't quite understand what I'm saying. Looks quite confused. And so I slow down a bit. So I want cassava. And she says, we cassava. And sort of go through a number of epochs trying to converge, but of course we never converge because there's a language problem. And so I figured quickly that working on computer vision for agriculture is going to make me hungry. So I need to work on natural language processing so I can, then I definitely won't be hungry. And so that's how we moved. And that's how I started. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm very interested to hear more about your project, so we'll chat about that later. And lastly, we have Kacha. So Kacha, please introduce yourself and your company and choose either of the two questions.
Hi everyone, I'm the non-founder here. My name is Indaba. I am from Senegal, and I am a senior investment associate at a VC fund called Keynote Ventures. So we invest in tech startups across Africa. So I'm based in Senegal, but a lot of my team members are in Nigeria, Egypt, Kenya, and so on. We actually have Multilingual AI as one of our portfolio companies, so we invested in them. So very happy to be here on stage with Max. And like I mentioned, we look at tech startups. Obviously, we have sector agnostic and have deep interest in AI. So really excited to see what is being built and to hear from the founders and what they work on as well.
Awesome, thank you very much. What inspired you to become involved in VC funding?
So I have an operational background. I started my career in data analytics, specifically in healthcare, moved on to IT project management in healthcare in the US. I moved back home to Senegal a few years ago and still worked in the IT space within a consulting setting with a lot of financial services. And then I think I became very interested in the entrepreneurship space. I started my own venture in the education space and kind of just dug deeper into it. So this was 5-6 years ago. And I think as of 2 years ago, I went and did my MBA, and I was trying to figure out what's the best way for me to be part of the ecosystem. Right? And I've had the startup experience, I've had the operational experience, and I think this one was a new one. So I've only joined 5-6 months ago now, and it's been great to actually get a sense of who is building what. It gives you a good idea of what is going on broadly in Senegal, of course, but really in Africa. What are the new techs that are taking place? What are the new opportunities that are happening as well? So it's been a good opportunity for growth for me.
Fantastic, thank you very much. We'll chat a little bit later. I'm sure a lot of the startups here have a few questions about VC funding. That's one of the big things that's a great space in our brains. So it's great to have you here. Just for the panel as well as our audience, the topics that I found people are most interested in learning about ranges from your team, how do you choose a team, how do you choose a co-founder, so that relationship part, to how to take your technology from an idea to an actual product that sells. And I'm very interested to hear how you guys have chosen that. And then there is, of course, the funding question, questions about scaling, and then, of course, questions about mentorship, and finally patents. So just a little bit of a taste. I also just want to say, as we speak as a panel, I want to encourage you to riff off of each other. If someone says something that you want to add on to, please feel free. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to talk about, or I would like to ask you to talk about, is that, choosing a co-founder. And I wonder who would like to take the question first. So relationships are very important, and I've heard that choosing a co-founder is extremely important. How did you go about that, and what advice would you give to those looking to start?
So how to choose a panelist? Okay, so I'll go. Yeah, so we are 3 co-founders for Indaba AI, and I think, so I suppose we started a bit, all of us, well, 2 of us had sort of worked in academia, then worked in industry, worked a bit in intergovernmental organizations, and so we had a bit of history, also in the community. So there was a bit of history of all the convergence of minds on what we think we want to do. So that was a little bit easier. And the third co-founder had a lot of experience, of course, in academia and sort of implementing projects. So it made it easier. So how to choose, I guess, where the chemistry works. I think this is, for us, was very important. And also if we are aligned on the broad objectives. So we are a social enterprise largely. So we definitely want to toe the line of something social, less something just for profit. And that was a very important decision, because as we progressed, this became more evident. So yeah, so chemistry and sort of history, good for founders. Thanks.
Yeah, our one was very interesting. I think it was a conversation between a couple of Indaba investors that was happening over years. And then I got a call one day from Veggie. I was sitting over there, and he was like, "So we want to do this AI startup for Africa thing. What do you think?" And I was like, "I'm in." And from there, they were like, "Who else do we need?" And I was like, "We need Keynote." And I think some of the key decisions about, why that group came together was, first of all, we had shared, the Indaba vision. So we already had, know that we had similar principles, similar values, similar things that we cared about, similar change we wanted to see on the continent. And that kind of set us up to at least know that as long as we were working towards that vision and that direction, this would be something that we, that would work out. And I think to working well together is understanding each other's capacity and what you can and cannot take on, and also understanding each other's strengths. And knowing that this is a marathon, so being able to build these long-term relationships with these people you'll be working very close with for a very long time, ideally, as you continue to grow the organization. Yeah, that's my 2 cents. Anyone else?
So as I said, I'm not the co-founder, but our co-founders for Go My Code are 2 brothers, and I can explain the splits because it's pretty simple. So one person has a very strong vision on academics, and the second one has a very strong vision in commercialization. So these duo really works well because you have the product and you have how you launch the product basically. And what I can talk about is the people that we recruit. So after the founding part, when you expand, because I know this might also be one of the topics you want to tackle today. When you think about expansion, you need to find people in the different markets that have the same vision. And as a general manager here for Senegal, I can say I buy in this impact-led startup in education, and we need to be extremely aligned on why we're joining, and we need to really feel it. We work for impact. This is what is happening, because startups can be challenging, so you have to, again, I'm not a co-founder, this is not my baby, but I need to feel like it's mine. So, yeah, I hope this also helps.
Okay, definitely. I just quickly want to ask a follow-up question just on that. You were speaking about the team, and one of the questions that I got a lot from our audience is, how do you find those team members? So how did they find you, and from your team that you see?
So general managers, specifically for a startup like us, you don't really recruit people that used to be general manager. You take people that you want to, offer an opportunity to expand their career. But I would say the way we recruit our teams is that we need very operational people, and we need to be in this mindset of being in a startup. We need to do, and we need to work fast. So, we need to get people that have high energy levels, and that can really do things. So that's pretty basic, but that's really the core of what we're doing, because yes, you need to be agile. That's one thing. So yes, that's the biggest criteria.
Yeah, sure. Just a quick follow-up on the co-founder topic first. As I mentioned, I have 2 other co-founders. I think, as other panelists mentioned, the skill set being different is a great thing. Ismail, as a CTO, is a PhD in computer science. His focus is NLP and African languages. So that's great. Xavier Jumia had great experience in the retail sector. But also different personalities is fine. I think that's something that we learned over time, because your team members may connect better with one of the co-founders. The second one is the foundational principles. Ours is Stop Guessing Africa. A lot of things can change, but some of those core principles don't usually, and so aligning on them from the start is great. And there's one last one that I've discussed with other founders that I think is important, is that you should be able to laugh as well with your co-founders, because there are going to be moments where you're going to need to laugh a little bit at what's happening, and there's going to be tougher times. So I think it can be a little bit underestimated, but it's nice to log in every day and speak to people you enjoy seeing and laughing with. So that's my little intake on the co-founder part. And for the recruitment, of course, you can reach out to Go My Code. So that's one good step. But the second that we started doing recently is we heard a lot of companies saying that they were struggling to recruit talent. And we didn't want to say that ourselves. So we made it a thing at the beginning of the year to say that one of our goals this year was to be the best place to work. And every quarter that we would have new initiatives related to being the best place to work. From lunch discounts to having fruits available at the office, coffee, whatever it might be, soccer games. And then the other thing that we did is we had team members starting to recruit people. And that's something that worked extremely well. And they started running interviews themselves instead of us.
There we go. I hope someone has okay. Apologies. Okay, so I think I want to come back to this slide quickly. On the topic of founders, I hope that everyone here wants to start a company. That's my passion. So, then to you, Katja, what do you look for in founders? And when you're selecting companies, I'm sure that the founder is the person that you invest in more than the company. So, what is it that attracts you?
I think, so when we look at investments, because we do early stage investments, so really pre-seed, seed, up to Series A level, we look at founders first. And what that means is the idea that maybe you started a business at some point you pivot, but we need to make sure that the people who are running the business are able to pivot properly. So the mindset generally is team first, market second, and product third. So founders will ask the questions about who are the co-founders, how did you get to know each other, how long have you known each other? Because it makes a difference to have two people maybe who worked at a company 5 years before, as opposed to two people who just met yesterday. And I think it goes to what Max was saying in terms of beyond just your technical capacity, can you work together? In terms of high stress, are you able to just figure it out and push through? So founders is one. Second is market. A lot of startups, especially when it's just at the ideation phase, will fail simply because they're building sometimes things that people don't need, or at least enough people don't need. So what is that product market fit? Do you have a clear idea of what your problem is and how you're going to solve it? And then it kind of goes into the product. Can you tell us more about the product? How do you differentiate it from your competitors? What do you have more? What do you have less? And kind of get an awareness of what you're building. So I think those are the three big things that we're looking at, and obviously, depending on what stage you're at, we'll look at traction. You have customers, you have partners, you have revenue, and so on and so forth. But really is to get a good grasp of that base and that fundamentals of founders, market, product, and then you have a good sense of your business model.
Okay, that's a mouthful. I kind of feel like we need a slide for that and send it out everywhere. Everyone can learn from that. Okay, so I think riffing off of this funding question, the other question that I got is kind of twofold, is how do you go about getting funding? I think that is a very broad and difficult question. But then, more than that, how do you, wait, what was it? Let's start with that one. I'll remember what was the other one. Sorry. I think Jay to talk about how they got funding.
Getting funding is a very wild journey, particularly for an African startup. A lot about what Kira was saying earlier is that there's a bit of skepticism about Africa. So you've got to really look for VC funding or angel funding from funds that are aligned with supporting tech in Africa. And so I think having identified those people through the networks and being able to use those networks to further identify some VCs, that was really, really helpful. But one of the things that is really hit and miss, you don't know who you're going to get to talk to from the fund. Ideally, you get introduced, then you're more likely to get a meeting, but once you've got the meeting, anything can happen. So what was really important to us is actually being able to practice, being able to practice your pitch over and over again. Our largest funding ended up coming from a Twitter DM. So I DM'd someone on Twitter, and they came back and said, yeah, let's have a call. And 20 minutes into the call, he was like, yeah, here's your funding. It was our first funding, first $1 million. And so you kind of use every avenue that you have to try find funding and try find funders. Yeah, it was a really interesting experience, and it still is. It continues to be a very interesting experience. The first time you put together a pitch deck, you think you know what you know what you're talking about, you think you understand what you're building, but it's also going to change. So your story improves and gets refined as you speak to more and more investors and more funders and more clients. Thankfully, through the networks that we built, we were able to, that's where we got the majority of our funding. A lot of the cold calls we did to various VC firms actually didn't go anywhere, and it was only once we'd actually raised that they all suddenly got excited and wanted to be part of the party. So you create a bit of FOMO, that also helps. Everyone wants to eventually be part of the full deal.
So I'm sure there are more stories here, but the other question was, I wonder if any of your startups started without zero to no funding, and were you able to build your product to a point where someone was interested? Max, did you do that?
Somewhat. So, yeah, we started out first. It was a coincidence. We met a big company who asked us to update their database of corner shops in Dakar, and they had a database of 10,000 corner shops. And then the director turned to my co-founder and I, and we had created Lingo for about a couple weeks, and he said, "So, can you map these shops again?" And we looked at each other and we said, "Yeah, I think we can." And then we called all our friends and we figured out how to do it. And when we did it, we found 20,000 corner shops. And that's how the company got started, really. And then we called some business angels to see if they would support the BA stage, the business angel stage. And then for about a year, we kept building until we went to the pre-seed and the VC stage. So I think to your previous question, it was, if you're really solving a problem, then there are enough good VCs around, like Khadija, P1 Ventures, and many others who are looking for companies solving problems.
Yeah, so maybe I'll just talk on the social enterprise side. So I guess you could have a for-profit company or a not-for-profit, and I think the first talk we had was quite illustrative of these two. So for the corporate organization, the social enterprise part, when you begin, the product is the founders. The founders are the product. It's very hard to sell. Well, you could pitch the idea, but normally the founders are the product that you're pitching. And so you have to build up some sort of portfolio before. This is my experience, especially for that part. That you have a history that can validate what you're saying. So the very first question, the first person who funded us asked was, where do you see yourself in 5 years? And all three of us started squirming in the chairs, because we hadn't thought about this very clearly. We sort of were thinking of the immediate things to do. And then they sort of asked, okay, what change are you going to create that will be visible in 5 years? These big impact questions. That was quite tough. So you have to think of these questions before, because you are the product initially. But then the practice of getting funding, the social enterprise side, is really a practice of persistence. Write so many grants, meet so many people, talk to so many people. Is volume. The answer is in the volume. The amount of, and it's very hard, very many rejections, very many rejections. So for those who are trying to start up, that's something you have to prepare for.
Great, thank you. Kaja, I want to ask you, what advice would you give to people looking for funding? How should they be prepared to make the best impression on you?
I think it's important to, first of all, have a good sense of what kind of startup you're building and then what kind of funding you need. I think sometimes when it comes to startup is you're going from, I'm building a startup, I need VC funding. I think there are ways to go about it. Obviously, the obvious one is bootstrapping at the beginning. But even beyond that, you have a lot of grants, sometimes competition, where I've seen people actually be able
little bit of cash at the beginning when you're really at those early stages and you're doing research. I think when it comes to specifically VC funding, the reason why it's important for you to know what kind of startups you're building is you'll have some startups, for example, that are very focused on impact, and you'll have a lot of impact investing VCs that are focused on that kind of companies, as opposed to some others which may not be. So if you're targeting impact investing, you want to make sure that you're able to clarify and articulate the impact that you're creating within your community, society, and so on and so forth. Also, you need to be able to communicate what the dollar value of the financials are. So I think in general, it's just getting a good grasp of what exactly it is that you're building and who is the best person for that funding. And obviously, one thing is AI is very popular right now. I attended a pitch competition online, not AI related. I think there were 30 companies, 25 of them had AI, just because VCs like it, but also it becomes noisy. So it's very important to say, I'm doing AI, but this is exactly how I'm doing it, and it's part of my company and the core of my company, just so that you're able to differentiate yourself from just any company that has AI on its deck. I don't know if that answers the question.
Yes, I think so. Thank you very much.
Okay, so kind of speaking about AI for social good, I was at the publications talk last night, and I heard that the representatives from ICHI said that Africa can really lead the rest of the world in applying AI for social good. So clearly we have a heart for our people, and that's wonderful. My question is, how do you take your idea, which is beautiful, your technology, into a product that's scalable, that can actually make money and can build our economy?
Is that me?
I wonder, I don't know, it seems like you have an API, so for you that would be a question. I see Max is also nodding, so it looks like he might have an answer.
Yeah, so I guess so there's, of course, there's a bit of disparity there. How do you build a good product that's socially relevant, and then you make a lot of money? You know, those things tend to be disjoint. But how do you build a product that's impactful? I think this is very hard. And what we've tried to do, so our quote-unquote startup came from a university research group, and university research groups tend to focus on, impact and how do you build impact. But building prototypes, how you test it in the field with actual users, and there's some evidence that this works. Getting this into practice, getting an actual client to use this, especially social good, it's very hard because you want. If people don't have skin in the game, if people are not buying the product, it's very hard to value the product unless it's overwhelmingly useful, that they just have to use it, which is very hard. So I think that balance, where you have to balance the utility of the product, what the user can put in, but also the value of the product is very, very tricky. But I think what we try to do maybe is to look at AI and even data as sort of an intermediate product. So I think what you want to look at is really the end product. What exactly does the client want? What is their exact problem? This is very hard. I think we spend most of our time trying to come up with the intersection between what the problem is, what tools are there in AI, and what is that sweet spot where the problem and AI is the best solution, right? This is very tricky. Sometimes the solution is just to change out the management of the organization, and that alone makes things better. But to get the space where AI is the exact solution tends to be fairly hard and fairly hard to sell. But once you get that, then I think then the product scales quickly.
So in our case, we did, the company was funded 7 years ago, so AI was not a thing at this stage yet. So what we built was a human experience. It's a class
right? It's education. So you are trained by a coach, and the ratio that we apply is 10 students maximum for one coach, because it's a lot of practice. And so AI came in, and we developed a product, an AI product for our students that was corresponding to a specific moment in the 6 months of this boot camp, where we felt like the human was not giving enough for the student. And this phase, this exact phase, was then they needed to practice a lot. Either, I don't know, like web development, they need to code a lot. And so we created an AI tutor that is available for students when they need more exercise, more practice. So we created this one feature that is in our, EdTech product, but it's not at the core of what we're doing. But it's like you said, it's something. It's a feature that we're using, but we have found the exact moment in the experience where it makes sense.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think even within our company, we believe that technology is a means to an end, and therefore, if you can build a Python code instead of an AI model and it fixes the problem of the user, then it's worth doing that. And so if we take our specific use case at Lengo, one issue that we had is that we had to map corner shops, and we had to find another way of doing that than going into the streets to do so. For example, in a city like Lagos, you got maybe 250,000 corner shops. So we started working on a computer vision model that would allow us to recognize the shops through Google Street View, wherever Google Street View has been. So that was the first problem we faced. The second is when you go in a corner shop, you can scan this bottle because there's a barcode on it. But what if the shopkeeper is selling rice or onions and other loose goods? Then we had to find another way. So either he speaks or maybe they take a picture. We chose the speech. So now they're able to speak in their local language, say onions or soble and wolof. The image appears and they register the sale. But I think the main point again is that you have to live your product. And by living your product with your users, you'll discover what they really need, then wonder whether you need a big technology to solve that or a quicker one can do the job.
Excellent. So I think I've heard that before, that you need to get customer feedback immediately, as quickly as possible. I'm sure everyone has heard it, but it remains true. Okay, so I think we do want to open up for questions from the audience. It's hard for me to choose between asking a question about policy, mentorship, or how to scale. So maybe a quick run across the board. You can either make a comment on policy, how to find mentorship, or how to take your product and actually reach more clients. That's a very difficult thing that people struggle with in our audience.
Okay, so I'll start maybe. So as I mentioned, the company Go My Code was founded 6 years ago, and now is present in 7 countries. So we went through expansion big time. We went through a round of pre-seed funding 5 years ago. To expand. And to expand, I think the secret, at least for us, was to find a model, a blueprint, that can be easily replicable without minimum change. Of course, every country has their own specifics, and it's really important to respect them. But the specifics that we see, we apply in things like marketing, or it's culturally driven. When it comes to the curriculum, it's produced in our base country, Tunisia. We have an academic team that is producing all the content because it's relevant all across the countries where we're at. But I think, to go back to the question of expansion, I think, yes, one is the blueprint. Second is finding the location. I think you mentioned the markets. I think is very important. You need, in our case, you need to find the right amount of students available, the interest for tech jobs, so you need to find the right markets with the right infrastructure.
And right now, 7 countries. I think before we expand more, I think we need to stabilize, stop the expansion because it's also very, cash demanding. So now we have this first phase of expansion, and you need to know how to stop and when to stop, to secure, grow, and then imagine, the second phase of expanding. I hope I answered your question.
So just again is either mentorship or expansion, like she said, or I meant to say patents. Patents.
So we haven't expanded to 7 countries yet, so I'm not speaking out of that experience. But I will speak on the last point Marlene pointed out, is that it's not always the right time to expand. Everybody wants to expand, right? It's nice to say you open a new place, but actually recently when I was in Nigeria with other startups, they were talking about digging deeper where they are and doing a better job with the existing customers before even thinking about the expansion phase. And so at Lengo, that's currently what we're trying to do in Senegal, first expanding to, which we did across the whole country, and making sure first that your customers are extremely happy with what you're doing, and then naturally they will refer you when you want to expand. So just thought I would add on that, and for now we have no patents, but we'll be back.
I just wanted to add one thing. No patents for us either, but I wanted to say about expansion and dig deeper, 100%. And I think it's going back to the first question you had about funding. When you start, you need to prove that your model works for one market. It works well. Maybe you bootstrap for that, or you find investors. Nadja mentioned that as well. You secure the product and you validate it before you can expand. So I think expansion is something you need to think about later in the game when you have a good thing to have.
Cool. So when we're talking about it, growth or expansion, for us that means moving. We're still a year and a half old, so babies. This is moving from building something to selling something. And as majority of our technical co-founders, either from an academic space or industrial space, this was something that was really hard. How do we do sales? And so this became more and more pressing as we realized we didn't have the language even on how to talk to an enterprise, never mind take it through an end-to-end process. And so that's where we really spent a lot of effort in ensuring that we started recruiting chief commercial officer. Someone who how to do the business part. And I think this is something you can learn. You can. Everyone can improve in it because as engineers we can figure out anything. But there is a very unique skill in being able to do that. So what's been really key for us is getting to the selling point is finding the right people simultaneously believe in the product, also know how to talk to business, understand marketing, understand what markets are. I was at the beginning tasked with figuring out what the markets were. And I was just like, you mean I just had to make up these numbers? How does this work? How do you calculate? It's just I had a panic attack. Now it's someone who's really experienced and understanding what markets are out there. So that's been really cool for our potential expansion. So we have a lot of planned expansion throughout the continent, and it's been really helpful to have someone who understands what markets are, what's out there, how they differ. It's been pretty exciting. In terms of patents, we don't have any patents. Opinions on patents, very expensive. If you want to get them registered in the US, which is where they're allegedly most valuable. South Africa is an issue where due to certain taxes, the value of your patent is a lot less in South Africa because taxes come into play. And that can make creation of IP very complicated. And in the machine learning world, IP has been sort of at least you get a lot of the street cred with investors and other people. The proof, the demonstration that you can do original content through publication. So instead of getting patents, we see a lot of organizations actually looking towards publishing their results, while that might expose some of their could call them trade secrets. It kind of claims your IP, you're the ones who invented that, and that can be some way to demonstrate to investors. Because patents are expensive to get. Some large organizations have capacity to get them. IBM gets lots of patents and stuff. Google does protect patents so that no one else can patent things. But I don't know many startups have gone through the patent process because it's so taxing to do.
Yeah, I think I'll talk about mentorship. So the same way the value of one really good engineer, if you have one really good software engineer, it's sort of worth 20 mediocre engineers. It's the same way the value of a really good mentor is for an organization. I think every organization should have mentors. And apart from me here on this panel, all these guys are really good mentors in all the advice they're giving. So I'd really advise startups to get really good mentors.
I was going to speak about, quickly, the expansion and membership as well. I think I agree with everything in terms of make sure that you're well penetrated into the market before you decide to expand. I think it's also thinking about where you're expanding to, and not just because of size. So for example, when we look at investments in Senegal, very small country, we expect you to go beyond for the most part, whether it's just Francophone Africa or beyond. But it's important to not just think, okay, I'm in Senegal, it's a very small market, my next market is Nigeria because it's very big. Maybe you do not have a competitive advantage there, right? Or maybe you're working with a multinational who happens to be in Ethiopia or in Morocco or in Tunisia, and maybe that's the best way to expand with the clients that you already have because you know they're in X and Y country. So it's important to be very strategic about where you're going next and what advantage you have there in addition to size. And then very quickly, I think mentorship, and I'll even speak from a personal standpoint, it can be a lot about the network when you're building a startup. So having someone who's very knowledgeable technically, but also who has a good contact list and good network to be able to introduce you potentially to your next client, to your next partner, is going to be very important, especially at that beginning when you're going from I'm building to now I'm actually selling my business and selling myself as a founder as well.
Thank you very much. All right, that is our final discussion. I just want to hear from our organizers. Do we have time for questions? I see that it's 5 minutes. Fantastic. Is there anyone who has a question for our panelists? Did I ask all the questions? Everyone satisfied?
Hi, thank you very much. It is very insightful. My question is, actually I got very touched when somebody is talking about expanding and another is talking about digging deep in the country first. And it's quite nice that the two of you eventually agree that both strategies are very good, but you have to take the context into consideration. But my question is this. In all your approaches and effort in trying to enter the market and be competitive, do you consult academic papers or academic findings? Do you in any way make reference to strategic frameworks? Like in the case of your effort to be competitive in your market, do you use any? Do you just do things because it works, or do you do things in a systematic way that, okay, for example, I want to do, let us use
your question, specifically when you have investors that are funding the investment to expand, you need to have a rationale. You cannot just try a market and test it. You need an infrastructure. Eventually, you need to finance an expansion. So you need a rationale behind that. It may not be the 5 verses of order, even though maybe you look at things, but you look at the context, the maturity of the market, some data that gives you a good sense of what your product and your company can do in such market. But I believe, again, when you expand, it's not something that you just do, you know? You need rationale. After that, when you are in the country that you expanded to, then it's a different thing. You know, it's a commercial strategy, it's a marketing. Maybe this is more action-driven than analysis-driven, even though we always analyze everything that we do.
Yeah, because we are talking about technology, I think an important point that you raised is for us at Lengo, for example, we need to be able to adapt our vocal assistant to the local languages in the country that we'll be expanding to. So on your question, do you read papers on that? If we come to conference like this, do read papers and look for models like Wave 2, Vec 2, Whisper, and others that have a multilingual approach to them, and where we could potentially partner with others to feed more data into these models and adapt to the languages that we'll be expanding to. So beyond Lengo in general, also making sure that your technology is ready for this scale is an important point beyond the strategic approach operationally. So if there are speech recognition engineers, please, after this, happy to talk to you.
Any other question?
Thank you very much for the insightful discussion. So how can startups that are set up for social impact ensure that they keep getting funds? Because I have an initiative that is not really for profit making, but to reach out to disadvantaged people and marginalized people. And I find it very tasking having to go around people to ask for funds or to apply for grants. So what would you like to say in that regard?
Yeah, so there are different kinds of funders. So it's a bit of a scientific process where you get funding, different kind of funders. The funders also have different cultures. Some, for example, give core funding. Some give project funding. Some are relationship funders. They want to fund and continue to build a relationship. Others are call for proposals, one-off sort of. And so it's very important when you're doing social good work to sort of make sure you're channeling your efforts to the right sector. Right? If the effort is that you keep applying and trying to build these relationships, but it's sort of channeled to the right sector. And so that's one of building the funding. The other one, of course, is that you have to, you have to show impact. It cannot be that you sort of write these hypothetical things. It has to be that your work is building upon some impact. And in this case, then you need to decide, is it a project, is it a product-led organization where you have one product that runs, or is it a broad-based organization that appeals to maybe multiple funders in different ways? So there's a bit of a strategy there.
I guess I can add on to it. It's very similar to what was mentioned by Ernest, but it's this idea of what's the impact you're creating, and then finding the organizations that are funding it specifically. So you have a MasterCard Foundation. MasterCard Foundation is all about employability of the youth. So are you creating a startup that has an impact in that sector? And then you can reach out to MasterCard Foundation in that space. Others are very focused on health or on finance and financial inclusion. So it's good to map out exactly what impact you're creating, and oftentimes you're going to have to reach out to those non-profit or like big organizations and foundations, more so sometimes than VCs, which tend to expect return. You'll have impact investing funds, so maybe the returns are less expected and less important
it's just a matter of where you place yourself in that spectrum. I think that is all the time we have for questions. Please come and talk to the panel if you have any more questions. I'm sure they are more than happy to help. And we are here to gain knowledge and share it. So that's, I hope, is what our panelists will do for us in the rest of the day. A big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much.
You can do better.
Thanks so much. Wonderful presentation. And
with that, we've got some tricks and insights of how the battle that Luanda Magere, the artificial intelligence in this case, is trying to achieve or win. As we continue, I'd like to really, first of all, appreciate the work that has been done by Lydia and the panelists. And I'm sure anybody with more questions can always find the panelists somewhere along the corridors. So we will continue with the presentations on the spotlights. The last presentation was from Jeremiah. And for now, we continue with another good presentation on a startup from Tunisia that will be done by Asma and Kayum. Louder, louder, louder.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Welcome. We'll be presenting our startup from Tunisia. It's called OR, me and my colleague Kayum. Welcome to all. You've probably heard about these futuristic robots that resemble to humans and animals, inspired by nature. We call them organic robots, and they represent more than 50% of the market by 2029. They are the 21st century space race, but just a few years ago, we couldn't make one walk or even climb the stairs.
Yes, in fact, their market is expected to grow, reaching 5 billion, following on the global market reaching 350 billion, and the African market reaching 1.5 billion by 2030.
The paradigm shift is in motion. Can we be part of it? Well, there's a problem. We have limited access for education, no one-for-all solution, and a closed-source approach which makes it very expensive, coupled with the slow adoption cycle and the fast-moving nature.
That's why we are bringing to you the OR framework, transforming the way we build and teach advanced robotics. It helps you speed up adoption, democratize robotics, and presents a new paradigm in the robot-making workflow. Well, how does it work? So, our platform will allow you to go from idea to prototype with no technical background required. It is also fully open source, built around teaching for all ages and levels, and through it you can go through the whole workflow of making a chassis, code, deploy, control, and scaling. This is our Orb Studio and the Exploded project view, where you can configure a robot from a systems perspective while using a GUI to configure all the components of the robot, and it will be translated to an abstraction layer which will take in all of this and turn it into raw stack. You're also being guided with educational tutorials, and if you're a beginner, you can use code blocks to help you code your logic. Of course, we cannot forget about our most important part, our state-of-the-art AI assistant, which will help you write in natural language and generate code, components, services, all within the raw stack. As you can see here, and most importantly, you can also directly generate HDL code for any custom architecture of choice. We're going to see here a little demo of our chat interface. So let's take an example of, I would like to go over the configuration of how to set up a LiDAR, for example, a LiDAR sensor, with a Raspberry Pi 5. You input your prompt, and we use open source LLMs, Mistral, 7B, and Llama, with a RAG pipeline which will pull from a knowledge base of Rust, which is like very technical. And after you're done, you will be able to take all of this code and implement it on a custom hardware architecture of choice. As you can see here, this part of our project has also been published in a research paper. And finally, you can also edit your chassis. You can also define each component of your robot, each individual piece, using our system. And this will help you in valuable time because you don't have to redo like the whole thing. It's also fully modular. And it allows people to win a lot of valuable time when it comes to modeling and configuring robots. And we're really happy to say that this workflow has been used to create our first prototype, the Orb Robot Duck.
Well, to sum up, we have the Orb framework, tools for teaching and building organic robots, the Orb Robot Dog, which is a quadruped educational kit, and the Orb community, which is a community hub. We are inviting existing solutions to plug in our system to create a one-for-all framework, and our main competitors are VM, Flux AI, and Deconstruct. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our existing partners and clients. And this is the team behind Orb, transforming the way we build and teach organic robotics. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful presentation. Anyone who wants to talk about this kind of startups here, all of them, they have a booth. If they don't have a booth, you'll be able to find them at Indaba X booth for more demonstrations. Thank you so much, and maybe you say hi to my friend Bassam. Next presentation, we have Justin, and because of time, I'll try to reduce the time from 5 to 4 minutes, so please bear with me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Justin, and I'm going to talk about Ubangji and our mission to promote deep tech in Africa. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay. So our mission basically, for those who came to the booth yesterday, understood that we are really focusing on promoting innovative solutions that are sustainable and that have social impacts. Basically, we have challenges that we want to solve. We are a social venture, and we had some point that we wanted to highlight. For example, the fact that in a lot of universities in our country, for example, we don't have access to local resellers of robotics educational equipment. For example, also, we don't necessarily have all the language models, whereas this can be really vital in terms of communication in rural areas, where sometimes medical healthcare providers go to provide their services. So our challenge is to become the first platform in Africa, I mean in Togo, and then in West Africa, and then why not in Africa, that provides this deep tech equipment and these deep tech services to the population. So our team is a community, but we also have the business side, and it's comprised of me. I did the training as an engineer, and then we have several other people, PhD student in AI, François, who's helping me. We have an AOA linguist. I guess he might be one of the AOA linguists that exist in the world. I don't think there are a lot of them. And then we have several people that I didn't mention, but who are definitely doing a lot of things to help us. So where are we today as a startup? Definitely we have the community that builds the data sets and the baseline models that are freely available online, but we also have to build something around it to be sustainable. There is currently our demo solution for the speech recognition for AOA that we built. That is available at that link. If you go there, you will see that we have developed a platform that will help you to test out our speech recognition and speech synthesis solution for AOA to French and French to AOA. We're planning to add more. And definitely we're also working with entities in Togo, the government, private institutions, companies, NGOs, and then trying to get something out of it, and definitely help people take advantage of the power of AI. And of course, we've also helped some lab in Togo by doing a robotics delivery. We did a crowdfunding, and then the people from the diaspora funded actually the fact that we would buy these educational equipment that we want people in Togo to access. And then we deliver this educational equipment to a lab that is really involved in promoting robotics and STEM. So definitely, that's what we plan to do actually. That's our vision for Africa. We really ambition to have tomorrow in Africa that is really powered and moving forward with AI and robotics. And definitely we'll be really happy to have your help for that. Sorry for the for the tea. But definitely that's our short presentation about the work that we do at Ubangi. And if you're interested into working with starting projects, and if you're interested in leveraging AI and robotics in West Africa, and if you want to work with someone that is really someone who wants to learn every time, then definitely you should contact me at this address. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Justin, and I hope all this we'll see more of your work in the future. And in any case, if you want to see more about him, you can talk to him in the booth. Next is Jeremiah again. I didn't hear my Oga. They did not welcome Jeremiah.
Oh. Okay. Well, still me. I'll save the energy during the time, for this time. So, my name is Jeremiah, and I know you're wondering why am I here again. So actually, I'm the group CEO of ATUKU, and at ATUKU we actually have a number of startups, and a couple of products, some in the market, some currently in the pipelines. And Views is actually like a very interesting story. Started out as an eye care platform, and at first it was selling glasses, and eventually it actually evolved over time. And we say it's Views, and we're trying to generate a lot of insights, from your vision. And many of you know already, the eye. There's a common quote which says the eye is the light of the body. Now, a lot of people actually know, yes, the eye is very important, but did you know that your eye alone can actually tell us the general state of your health? So, for example, by looking at your eye, so I do actually have a phone, and by pointing that right into my eye, I could know, if I point it into your eye, I could know how old you are, if you're hypertensive, if you have diabetes, if you have anemia, and a whole lot of things. So at first, it was just checking the state of the eye health, and the more we researched, we found out that there's a whole lot of things that your eye could tell us about. Introducing Views. So, like I said, started as an eye care product, and as at Q2 2024, we were already able to detect about 15 diseases, or let me say infer about 15 information using your retina image, right? However, something actually happened during one of our demos, and I will show you what actually happened. We actually took our device, and we were trying to pitch, to a big pharmacy, a big laboratory in South Africa. It was very big. Now, this is one of our co-founders. You would actually see him looking into that very big device. Unfortunately, when we were trying to pitch, it wasn't working. It can't work offline. We couldn't connect to the internet. It was so bad. So we actually decided something. We need to go more mobile. So we decided to go smaller, and instead of having a very big device that actually has the app inside, we decided to build a mobile device that you can attach a small retina, fundus camera, whatever, into it, and then it can scan your eye and give you a lot of information. So that is actually Views, and a whole lot of things. And just before you asked me, are we trying to put AI replace diabetic specialists, medical practitioners, and all of that? No. We are introducing views for practitioners where those practitioners are onboarded on our platform and they are able to review all the information or all the decisions that have been made by AI. And lastly, if you are an investor here, this is an amazing opportunity. Don't go without speaking to me. Thank you.
Oh, bravo, bravo. Cheers. I didn't know that my eye has a lot of issues, so I'm already wearing glasses. Will the glasses really mess that? Next, I would like to welcome to the stage Samuel Rutunda. And as he comes, you can clap for him. Maybe he can tell you what his surname means.
Wow, that's another story for it. It's a long story. Yeah, my name is Samuel and I present Digital Muganda. Just a caveat, not Uganda, Umuganda. And who can tell me the cleanest city in Africa? Right? Do you know one of the reasons? It's because of Muganda. Let me just jump into it. Yeah, so Muganda is a traditional concept where we meet every last Saturday of the month to clean up our society and also to discuss. So it's the inspiration behind our startup, given that there is little to no infrastructure, especially for African languages. So when we were tasked to create data sets, we were like, okay, what's the best approach? And then we got inspired by the concept of Muganda. How do we bring people together? How do we talk about this? And how do we create the infrastructure for the AI component? We've been working for 5 years, and we are, I think, the biggest open voice creator of the biggest open voice data set in Africa. And this is what we do. We have two components. So the first is we create data sets. AI without data sets is not included. Especially for us, our focus is language data set, especially with voice, given that voice is the most common medium used in Africa. So Africa, even history, used to preserve our history through voice. We've done a lot of languages, and then another one I want to talk about is, okay, you have the infrastructure, you have the data set, what's next? You have to prove that it works. So there's a project we worked on called Baza NLP with a lot of partners, and we have to prove that the technology works. So we worked on this in COVID with a solution, I think, that was used over 30% of mobile subscribers in Rwanda. And currently, the focus of Baza is within education, health, tourism, agriculture, e-government, and law. The next one I'm going to show a project we worked on, and this is what I'm telling you guys. So a lot of courses, there's a lot of courses in English. While Moodle, the LMS, is the most used platform within our education system. So can we use AI to improve Moodle? So our first work was on machine translation, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people can work on it. But our first work is, okay, if I want to recreate the same work in my traditional language, or even in French or Portuguese, I'll have to do it manually. So can we create a plugin that can do it automatically? So that will save time for the teachers. But assuming I'm a student and I understand a bit of English, but I also do not understand some parts of the text, can I use the plugin to just highlight the point that I don't understand, and it will translate it for me? So it's integrated within the Moodle platform, and then it makes my life and learning easier. So the reason I'm pitching it is, this is an open source solution. It's out there. And as we're here as a community, I'd like to look into it. And how can we build such solutions, infrastructure, to be able to create solutions that will improve our daily living. My last slide is, okay, how we operate. Collaboration is very key for us. If you are looking for collaboration, we welcome you. We, as I said, it's Muganda, work with government institutions, language institutions, universities. We value open source, especially as the language technology is still in its infancy. We need to put things out there so that researchers, so that startups and others can start with them. And then we also work to mobilize the resource. So there's one thing to do a research, and there's another thing to do a useful platform or a useful data set. So that's where we come in so that we can create something. And of course, we are looking to expand our work, and then we are also looking to welcome more people within the Baza ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my brother. At the same time, I'm still going to finish the story of Luanda Magere. So you can see, you can have a look at Google and write Luanda Magere. L-U-A-D-R Magere, M-A-G-E-R-E. Next, I would like to call to stage Uche Edwin. Keep on. Good for health.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here with us today to quickly talk about what we do at Equalize AI. My name is Uche Edwin, and permit me to just start by sharing a very simple story in 6 seconds about what we do and how these experiences reinforces or highlights the gap. We got into Senegal on Saturday, and then on Sunday we were looking to come from our hotel, which is in downtown Senegal, to the venue. And we got a taxi driver to bring us here. Now, in communicating with him, told him we were going to the university, Ahmad Maktar University. But we were speaking in English. Apparently, he heard university, and he thought that he already knew where we were going to because there was a university that was close to where we were lodged, our hotel. In 5 minutes to 7, he had driven us to the university and was letting us know that we had gotten there. Of course, we agreed on the price, only for us to see that, no, this is not the university we are going to. And it became like a tussle. So we had to call our contact here in Ahmad Maktar and had him speak to the driver. When he realized that where we are going is actually 1 hour away and not 5 minutes away, he fled up and told us he's not going again. Now, what that led to was that we didn't just have to pay for getting us to that place. If he was going to bring us here, we had to pay 5 times what we initially agreed. Maybe, just maybe, if he understood my English, or there was an app, an application that I could communicate with him in Wolof, maybe we wouldn't have to pay that price. Maybe our communication would have been a whole lot better. This experience reinforces or highlights the gap that we have seen, which is one of the things that we are looking to solve with Equalize AI. And how can we build hyperlocal multimodal data sets to help power boundless Gen AI possibilities for the next billion users in their local language. And I'm going to walk through this. Like I said, what the experience we had highlights a gap. And what's the gap? That many non-English speakers in Africa are unable to unlock or access AI and all forms of digital technologies and services in their native languages. I'm glad a couple of presenters here have already highlighted this, and it's something that we believe should continue to happen across the entire African space. So, of course, like you know, there's already existing models that are looking to solve this problem. You might have interacted with some of them, but the problem that they have is that their ability to translate these languages or to provide responses in these languages are limited. And the reason that are limited is because the data that we are trained on is not truly representative of the people who speak this language. It does not convey the cultural nuances or the dialectal variations of the native speakers of these languages. And it's not therefore, again, that data does not exist. They've scraped what's available on the internet, which is not contextual. And so we are saying this is a growing need, right? Users across Africa cannot access or interact with essential services. So one problem that we've seen, the insufficient African language data set. How can we solve that? If it's not available, we need to solve that because that's what will help applications to help unlock these services for native dialect speakers. As you're aware, or you might be aware, there are over 700 million people in Africa who do not have English as their first language. And that is a huge market that we are looking to reach. So these persons do not have equal access to the services. Why? Because it's not delivered in their language. That they did not speak or English or French does not mean that they should be alienated or excluded from the services. So that's another problem. And for businesses who are major customers, this is a huge opportunity for them because they are not able to unlock or engage native dialect speakers and deliver their services to them in these languages. Only English or French, which are well documented, exist. So we're saying, first, let's start from the ground line. Let's start from the baseline. The data that we need to build these large language models, that is what we are starting with. So we have developed a platform and an inclusive approach to collecting these data by engaging these speakers of the language where they live, collecting their conversations, right, in a way that all of this data is truly representative of how they use this language on a daily basis. So it conveys their dialectal variations, it conveys their contextual usage, and it also conveys their cultural nuances in using this data. So that's essentially what we are starting with, collecting this data to ensure that we can build truly inclusive and engage these customers. Number two, we are not just collecting the data, we are also building models with this data. The models that we are building is being built by Africans. We are starting with our country, Nigeria, where we have collected data in Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo, and we are building models which are these languages that can help unlock services for these persons. And for the businesses, we are saying these models can then be included as APIs, integrated into their services or into their products and applications. And then these services can be accessed by the native dialect speakers in their languages. Again, like my taxi driver, hopefully we will be able to access services in Wolof. And that's essentially what we are all about in Equalize AI. We believe that if we do all of these three things that we said we want to do, right, we will be able to create equal access, which is the core of what we're doing, equal access to diverse services, diverse opportunities for non-English speakers, or as we are here, non-French speakers, right, in their native dialects. And I mean, they can make use of these opportunities to advance the course of their life. So we are currently at the exhibition booth, and part of the reason why we are here at Indaba is to engage more people around the African space. So if you want to learn more about what we do or you want to contribute to our work, please reach out to us at the exhibition booth, and we are glad to speak with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Oga. I don't know how to say thank you in Yoruba, but I think I'll learn because we said we are starting where? Bottom up. Next, we have Grace. After Grace, we have Dr. Mansour. Then we have Hachem. And then Buba. Because of time, I'm going to give you 3 minutes maximum, please. 3 minutes maximum.
Good evening, everyone.
And this is the second lady. You haven't clapped for her.
Thank you. My name is Grace. Amongst the hats that I wear, including the red t-shirt, is that I am the founder of Eco-Hydrate Solutions. So, my father is a farmer. I don't get to go to the farm with him a lot, but I understand the importance of water. The importance of water in a farm is very critical in that too much watering hurts the farm, and too little watering also hurts the farm. So what do we do about this? Now, we already understand the problem of having very little water scarcity all over the world, but then water is scarce, and we're told that about 72% of our world is covered by water. So what will be the problem? The problem is how we manage this water. So I came up with Eco-Hydrate Solutions, and our solution is very simple, using IoT technology in smart greenhouse farming to ensure that our farmers get to give adequate water, not too much, not too little, to their farms. Enough water, just enough water for your crops to grow in the proper way. We have been implementing this for the past year, and we have seen that they have reported about 40% water efficiency improvement. And this is far more than they have been using before. So I did not get to go to the farm a lot, but with the tech that I know, I've been able to implement a smart greenhouse for my father, and using the IoT, we have been able to improve the health of his plants. So if you would like to connect, please feel free to reach out to me, and let us ensure that our farmers get good produce. Thank you.
What SDG number is that? Sufficient water for everyone and food security, right? Dr. Mansour. Yes. The good doctor from Niger. The only country that is close to Nigeria but is pronounced Niger, and is the conqueror of conquerors today as he walked to the stage. Welcome.
Thank you so much. So I'm the founder and CEO of Geomines Africa. So why Geomines Africa? My country, Niger, is facing every year agriculture issue. So that is why in 2018 we founded Drone Service in Niger, like a company specialized to provide drone service. So in October 2018, we got our first customer. Then we got recognition at national level. Then in 2018, we integrate AI in our solution, allowing us to win the third prize of Africa Earth Observation Challenge. In 2013, we rebranded our company to Geomines Africa, like geospatial data using combined with artificial intelligence for sustainable solution. So this present our solution. What are we doing? We collect our own data, so using satellite, drone, and also IoTs. So this data will allow us to train our model to produce some solution. So it can be for this crop disease detection, also western stress of the crop, irrigation schedule, pest control strategies. So when we collect data, the data will be processing using AI. Then this data will be shared to the farmer and also to the government in charge food security. Then after this we get an impact, a real impact, because actually we save a lot of time in our data processing. So actually we are based in Niger, but also we are expand in other countries like Togo, Morocco, and Senegal. So our teams is something around 20 person in the main office. So if you are interested to join us, you feel free to scan the QR code and join us to make the change in Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A quick question for you. What is doctor in Swahili?
Sorry?
Doctor in Swahili.
In
Swahili.
Okay, good question. I have teacher in Swahili, but I meet someone that is teaching me Swahili. I don't know the answer now.
Daktari. So it's Daktari.
Daktari. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mansour, and I hope we continue working together as we reach more and more people solving problems within our beautiful continent of Africa. The next person is also a very good friend of mine. Thank you.
You want some boxing?
Hello everyone. Well, we've been building AI applications for companies as craftsmen for 10 years. We've been doing this for many companies, Quanco, for Arkea, for Ratab, Total, Sonatrach, and YourScript. We've been going from linear regression 10 years ago into doing psychology analysis of writers in order to write books last year. But we decided in 2022 to move from consulting to building a SaaS product. And our SaaS product is about allowing our users to build their AI agents by themselves. And so what we did learn from 10 years in the ground field, we learned that people cannot formulate their problems in few words. It's hard. We learned that it's also hard to articulate a solution once you've defined the problem. And finally, we learned that it's difficult to actually program the solution and materialize it and share it. And this is why we built Heiko.ai. Heiko.ai is a drag and drop AI platform that allows you to build AI automations. You can configure the nodes that you drag and connect them in order to build your automations. You can share your blueprints from Heiko, and also you can have a UI that you can share with your friends. Let me show you a demo. So here I have an example of an automation that you can build in Heiko. It doesn't look good here, but the idea is that you can go from multiple videos. This is an example. You can go here from multiple videos, transcribe them and turn them into audio, pass them to ChatGPT in order to summarize the content of these videos, and finally receive them as an email. We can hit run here in order to run our automation. This is the toolkit. Here you can see that we have multiple nodes that you can drag and drop in your platform, in your blueprint. We have AI models that can go from text to speech, OpenAI text completion, and other providers. We have third-party integrations to connect to your tools that you use on your everyday, like GitHub, Drive, Google Sheets, things like this. And finally, we have some utility functions that allow you, for example, to send email and do some manipulation on images and stuff like this. Okay. So yes, this is how we conceived our platform. You can connect nodes. We have some advanced features like having your node do the work in parallel. So for example, you can transcribe multiple audio at the same time, things like this. And finally, you can have a simple user interface for your automation that you can share with your friends. And we have traction. We've been building AI automations for multiple types of users. For instance, we have Karim Bouazoun, which is an assistant professor at Harvard University. For him, the AI automation that he was looking for is going from a journal, scrapping the top papers in a journal, and having a summary on what is new about a protein sequence, what are the recent researches about it. We have Karim Alam, which is an entrepreneur from Dubai, and his automation was about having a surveying what are the current restaurants that are selling, let's say, couscous in Dubai, and analyzing all the reviews about these restaurants from Google Maps integration. Finally, we have a doctor. We have also Le Chypre, which is a known journalist in France. For him, his use case was a pretty cool one. For him, he wanted to go from his long-form YouTube videos and turn them into shorts and share them automatically to TikTok. For that, and finally, we also had once Maxime Werner. Maxime Werner, he ran for the presidential elections in France, and for him, his automation was about finding the top influencers for the left wing in order to get in touch with them. So this is Heiko. This is what we've been doing, and if you are interested, we have our booth. Come along, check out the demo, the actual demo here. It looks really bad. Yeah, get in touch.
Thank you so much. I still have a question for you. You didn't bring my couscous. Thank you so much anyway. I hope we continue working together and get more of our young researchers to come and enjoy the couscous and enjoy the research together with you. And the next presentation is by Boubacar, and I believe that's the last presentation. Yeah. Boubacar? Yeah.
Thanks a lot, and thanks for this great opportunity here. I mean, it's a great pleasure to present this platform. Basically, I go by the name of Boubacar Djiba. I'm a music tech entrepreneur, and I'm going to present you the first AI mastering platform here in Senegal, but obviously in Africa. It's called SandMix Master. So, did you know that in Africa, or like worldwide, we have at least 50% of artists that can't have access to a good quality mastering in the world? And if we transfer that in Africa, we have 70 to 80% of artists and content creators that don't have access to quality mastering. So being a music producer and an engineer here based in Senegal, I've always received like many questions about how to have a better mastering. And sometimes people don't have access to quality mastering studios or even experienced engineers. And we have also like 1 billion songs that are produced each year, but only 3 millions of them can reach the mastering phase. And also, like, we know the cost of mastering studios and engineers as well. So this is one of the reasons why also I decided to launch this platform. So this platform is really for independent musicians, producers, recording studios, but also content creators. So our business model is very simple. It's really based on a freemium model where people can have access on the website by paying. So it's going to be like a paper master version. And then we have a subscription plan, but also like an enterprise solution. But what I have to precise as well is the freemium model is used for people to have access on the platform and to listen to their mastering. So many people will say, okay, how do you guys master? Do you use like a data set? No, it's not just a data set. Our mastering process is based on the frequencies because we do know that training our model on a data set would actually be an error, for example, for people that would upload music that were not trained on our data set. And we do know that when we're talking about music, it's all about the frequencies. So first, it was important to not only develop a sustainable model that will be able to master any kind of music that you have. So our payment solution is very secured, and what we did actually, we integrated mobile money payment because we do know there's other platforms overseas like Lender, eMaster, so on and so forth, but sometimes those people can't really have access to those platforms by paying by card or even PayPal. So what we did is we adapted our solution payment to the local market. And our platform works very simple. Once you upload your track, our algorithm analyze it, and then we add effects, all the effects related to normalization, EQ, reverb, limiter, saturation, we do everything. And then after, we optimize the track, but also we make sure that the volume is very standard to what is actually used in the music business market. And then once the client is satisfied, the client can really download his song. So if there's any investors here, I mean, we've launched our MVP this year. So we actually have around 1,000 masters already on our platform, and we're planning to acquire more clients so that we can at least give the opportunity to content creators in Africa to have a great quality of music. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do you have a track that I can dance to right now?